third man boundary allowed them to come through for a couple of runs there.
Played late, played it soft hands. He just dabbed it past Rutherford right at the short third man area, and off they went for 2 good looking runs.
So the score 137 for 1. Here's Chase again in, and this one is turned around the corner there by Kusal Mendis, and he keeps it ticking over. The score actually 140 for 1 now with Kusal Mendis 66 from 53 deliveries. Nisanka is going to be on strike now. He's 54 from 73. Here's Chase, ball in hand, getting ready now to bowl his third delivery of this over. In now, this one shorter. The man just comes onto the back foot, Nisanka, and plays it to the man at the long on boundary, and they come through for a single. It's 141 for 1.
Straighter, cramped him for a bit of room, but was able to play with a vertical bat and punched it down to the man at the long on region.
So here's Chase in. This one turned around the corner here by Kusal Mendis, and he goes through for another single.
Yes,
moves to 67.
Playing Chase rather comfortably. Every single ball they have gotten a run from in this over, and the Sri Lankans from the subcontinent showing that they can play spin fairly comfortably.
Gotten at least a single. First delivery went for 2. Here's Chase. This one is cut away by Nisanka. The man comes around though and cuts it off, and they only get 2 for their efforts. Score 144 for 1 now. Nisanka moves on to 57 from 75 deliveries. Poor delivery there from Chase.
Yeah, Casey Carter putting in the hard work, chasing down the delivery, making sure it never got to the boundary, and restricting the batters to only 2 runs.
Here's Chase. In now, bowls this one, and again tucked around the corner, and they continue to milk the bowling of Royston Chase. They go through for yet another single. No boundaries in that over, but yet the Sri Lankans managing to get 8 of that first Royston Chase over. A study in what you need to do when the boundaries are not coming.
No boundaries, but no dot deliveries either. They were able to score better than a runner ball in the over with taking little to no risk. That's what we want in the middle. If you can travel at 8, 7 runs are over in the middle and have wickets in hand, you will be comfortable.
At the end of the over, it's 145 for 1. So 25 overs gone, 145 for 1. The Sri Lankans.
Yes, and they are scoring at an acceptable rate. So a rate that they'll be happy with. The West Indies will have to try to change what's happening here, because based on the progression, it's set for a huge total.
So Matthew Ford comes back now for his 5th over. Here's Ford. This one defended well by Nisanka. No run. The score remains at 145 for 1.
He will have to bowl a fuller length to be effective. If he opts to go short, he'll be taken all around this park. But if he goes too full and the ball is not swinging as much, then it will be the same. So he'll have to bowl just out of that foolish range of the batter, forcing them to come and try to hit him on the up. But if he goes short, he'll be deposited in the stands.
Indeed. Doesn't have the kind of pace that an Alzarri or a Shamar Josephs or Jayden Seales.
And not the height either.
Yeah.
So the length will be affected also by that.
Indeed. Offers a little bit.
Field change here now. We see short third man coming, short fine leg coming in the boundary, coming in the 30-yard circle, and Rutherford at long on going out.
Yeah. So that delivery there from Ford defended, and the man at short mid wicket picks it up. No run. Scores remain at 145 for 1.
And Ford is probably being brought back to control the scoring rate and get a wicket if he's lucky. But I know that Hope must be concerned at the ease at which the Sri Lankan batters are scoring currently.
Yeah, they look very, very comfortable out there. The partnership now 123 runs. So here is Ford into the wicket and bowls. This one from Nisanka, played to the man Rutherford at long on, and they come through for another single. Score moves up now to 146 for 1.
Yes, Simon. The Rutherford there throwing the ball at bounce twice in getting to Shai Hope, and the umpire tell him to keep that ball up. They don't want the ball scuffed up intentionally and making it very difficult to score, because it's going to soften up rather quickly.
Yeah, tricks and trade of the game. Here is Ford again. He's up to the wicket now. Bowls this one. Almost sneaked through there. Kusal Mendis didn't know where it was for a moment. Fuller delivery. Had to jump the bat down, did Kusal Mendis. And for a minute there, looked as if it was going to sneak onto the stumps. Yes, didn't.
Kusal looked around rather quickly. We were wondering if he had to pull out the football skills to deflect that one away from his stumps.
It's a World Cup year, football World Cup year, so would have been expecting him to pull out the footwork.
Well, anything to preserve the stumps.
So 4 deliveries gone in this over. 2 more to come. 146 for 1. The Sri Lankans. Here's Matthew Ford up to the wicket now and pulls this one down the leg side. And he was trying to pull that one. Was Mendis. Again, he's looking to attack every single delivery. Didn't get onto that one at all, did Mendis, and it just trickles.
That one is a slower bouncer, so it held up in the pitch and bounced deeply. He was through the shot when the ball was just coming in, and it hit him just, I think, below the head. And good variation there.
It's shown in the chest.
Yes, in the chest. Good variation there shown by Matthew Ford.
Yeah, he's known for that. So again, he doesn't have the kind of pace of a Shamar Joseph or a Jayden Seales, but he can vary things around. Here he is, Matthew Ford into Mendis, fuller delivery, and Mendis is just tapping this one out to the man to long on. That's Rutherford, who comes around, picks it up, and this time one bounce into keeper Shai Hope. One from that delivery pushes the score. At the end of the 26th over, the Sri Lankans 147 for 1. Kusal Mendis is 68 from 57 deliveries. Nesanka 59 from 79 deliveries.
Yes, and Ford's 5 overs only costing him 12 runs and a maiden to boot. He's comfortably the most economical West Indian bowler on display thus far in the game, and he'll have to continue in this vein to help to restrict the Sri Lankans, who are scoring rather comfortably. Here we see a little miniature drink break being have here, where the both batters are rehydrating, and the umpire keeps looking at his watch, which means this is not a standard break, and they want to get the game back on as quickly as possible.
You have to keep the hydration on. Nesanka has been out there for just about little over 2 hours now, and I know it is extremely hot out there. So Chase is going to come in for
and they're under the helmet as well, so it's very humid there, even more off. Yeah,
you're going to get dehydrated pretty quickly, and then you're going to have cramps and other things coming into play. So Kusal Mendis is going to be on strike again. He's 68 from 57. The Sri Lankans 147 for 1 at the start of the 27th over. Here is Royston Chase in. This one is turned around the corner by Mendis, but Matthew Ford is there at a short fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. No run for the Sri Lankan. Score stays at 147 for 1. Here's Chase now. This delivery is dabbed past the man, that's Shireen Rutherford, who's just ambling after it, and they have enough time to come for 2. It's now 149 for 1.
Yes, and this is hard work, batting and bowling in this type of conditions. The batsmen are under the helmet, and they will have to be resolute and be very determined to push through in this rather very humid and hot condition.
Yeah, Shireen Rutherford doesn't look too happy to be out there either in the heat. Here is Chase. This one is a little bit fuller, and he manages to just push this one to the man at long on. That's Kusal Mendis. He moves now to 71 from 60 deliveries. The 150 is now up for Sri Lanka. They are 150 for 1, 26.3 overs gone. They're going well here, Sri Lanka.
Very well, I would say.
Here's Chase now for his 4th delivery. This to Nesanka, shorter and wider, and Nesanka goes to cut that one but misses it, taken expertly by
shorter, flatter delivery there, and it proved difficult for him to get a bat on.
Partnership 128 from 124 balls. This one from Chase spinning into the pads, and Nisanka not managing to get much bat onto it, if any at all. Score stays at 150 for 1.
Yes, tried to tuck that one around the corner, was cramped for room, careened into his pad, no runs.
Here's Chase again, final delivery of this over. This one just dabbed out short, and they come through for a quick single, dabbed into the leg side. They come through for a quick single, which pushes the score now to 151 for 1 at the end of the 27th over.
While the batter still got the opportunity to score, that was a much better over. He bowled tighter lines, and the batters had to be more correct in their approach, and scoring was more difficult there. Good comeback over by Ralston Chase. He would have to continue in that vein, and as Matthew Ford will try to do just the same from the north stand end.
Yes, indeed. It's just 4 runs coming from that over from Royston Chase. So he's bowled 2 overs now, Royston Chase, for 12 runs, and the man who's bowled 5 overs for 12 runs, Matthew Ford, is going to bowl his 6th over now. He's going to be bowling to Nisanka, Patum Nisanka. Here's Matthew Ford up to the wicket now, into Nisanka. I think that might have just been a slower delivery, held up in the pitch a little bit, and all Nisanka could do is play to the man at a short mid-wicket position. No run added to the score, remains 151 for 1 in the 28th over.
The lack of pace of Ford has led to stroke play being more difficult, as you see the faster bowlers conceding much more and being scored off quite easily.
Yes, indeed. Matthew Ford is on his run now, up to the wicket and goes. This one shorter, and Nisanka able to get onto the back foot, but the pull shot, no pace in it, so the pull shot dies a natural death, and the man at square leg comes around, picks it up, and only 1 run added to the score for the Sri Lankans. 152 for 1 now, the Sri Lankans. I wonder if you might want to get somebody like a Rutherford into the attack as well, because it seems as if the Sri Lankans are not acclimatizing well to these slower deliveries from Ford. They're more comfortable against the quicker deliveries.
I prefer Justin Greaves.
Greaves, yes. Can't get Greaves in there as well, as Ford has to pull out of his run here. Captain Mendis not quite ready.
Judging even by Rutherford's body language thus far, he seems to be rather within himself today. I'd hopefully I'd leave him hopefully for when it's time to walk with his bat. Greaves might be the man to hit a few lengths here and pick up a wicket here or there.
Rutherford doesn't look too happy out in the field. Here is Ford. This one angling in, and the man Kusal Mendis can only play it down to the man at long on. That's Rutherford,
who has been called upon quite often today, to be honest, and in this weather to be having to chase probably 2 times in the over, it's gonna really impact you negatively as the innings goes on, as we are almost at 27.3 overs in.
Yeah, we're halfway through the 28th over, so he might just be feeling the heat. I tell you folks, when I say it's hot at Sabina Park, it's extremely hot. So the score 152 for 1 as Matthew Ford is up now for his 4th delivery. Ooh, full toss actually. 1 bounce into the fence there from Nisanka. Horrible delivery there from the man Matthew Ford. We were praising him before, but full toss to Nisanka, who dispatches that one to a wide long on region, and Rutherford had absolutely no chance. Poor delivery there from Matthew Ford.
To how long both batters have been there, that's meat and drinks to anyone that was on strike, and it was deposited to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 good licking runs from a low full toss there by Matthew Ford, who needs to hit the deck or he'll go there again.
So the score now 157 for 1. The Sri Lankans looking to push on. We say if you have wickets in hand, you double your score at 30. Here is Ford in now. This one outside the off stump. Goodish length as well, and the man Nisanka plays it to the man on the cover boundary, and the score moves on now to 158 for 1. Nisanka looks very comfortable.
Yes.
Very, very comfortable.
And he has been there from the start, so he has seen everything and should be able to have made the correct assessments as he goes forward through the gears in this innings.
Yes, playing that innings that you expect him to be there at 40. Here's Ford now up to the wicket. Full toss again. This one top edged and he's gone. Kusal Mendis. Absolutely horrible for the captain. Full toss. It looked like he wanted to sweep it. Took a top edge and the man had short fine leg running around to take the catch. Kusal Mendis is gone.
Yes, he wanted to hike it over mid-wicket from a sweeping position, just tuck it around the shoulders. He missed the line of the ball. He took the top edge and spooned where Alzarri ran around from a fine leg position, a short fine leg position inside the 30-yard circle and executed a fairly comfortable catch. A bad delivery, but it has led to the dismissal of Kusal Mendis, the captain who departs having scored 72 from 62 deliveries and really led the resurgence in the Sri Lankan batting attack, which has seen them now traveling at 5.6 runs, 5.64 runs per over, with the current score being 158 for 2 of 28 overs.
He'll not want to see that replay. A full toss, he could have put it anywhere and decided to offer up a catch to Alzarri Josephs. He was never going to put that down, and so the Sri Lankans lose their second wicket. They're 158 for 2. Matthew Ford would have bowled far better deliveries than that one and would not have gotten any wickets for his effort. He picks up his first one in this game.
6 overs only costed him 19 runs. As I said before, he's easily the most economic West Indian bowler on show here today, and now he has added a wicket, rather fortunately though, into the wickets column. But however they come, you have gotten them, and the West Indies needs to build on this now and try to continue to restrict the Sri Lankans. Nissanka has not been the most fluent batter. He is 66 runs of 86 deliveries, and they hope, the West Indies would hope that they could build some pressure and force the incoming batter to try to push things along, and it might lead to a few more wickets, which they'll definitely need in order to restrict the Sri Lankans from getting a total comfortably over 300 runs.
So again, the Sri Lankans at the end of the 28th over, 158 for 2. Good position for them, but losing their captain just now. Kusal Mendis was looking very easy and fluent at the crease. 72 from 62 deliveries. And there's a little bit of marking going on the pitch now. Again, 158 for 2. The Sri Lankans at the end of the 28th over. There's a huddle between the West Indians. They're discussing, I suppose, what they need to do from here.
And having some drinks as well, because I think the umpire allowed them all to take a break, because as I said, the batters were able to drink periodically, but the fielders were consistently moving about, so they were giving drinks there. And now we are going to get back to business in another minute or two.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. So 28 overs gone. Even with the loss of that wicket, though, I think the Sri Lankans might be the happier of the two teams.
Definitely they should.
Just about shin high full toss from Kusal Mendis, or to Kusal Mendis, as we watch the replay. Be very disappointed. So chase is going to be continuing. The Sanka will be on strike. The new batsman, Pavan Rathnayaka, who averages 48.50, good average. Just 5 matches though, strike rate of 97. So you know he's going to be attacking this bowling. Here's Chase now into Nissanka, who plays that one down to the man at long on, and they come through for a single. The score moves now to 159 for 2. Sri Lanka. And Rathnayaka will have his first look at the bowling.
If you are batting at number 4 in an international team, you are expected to be able to play most of the shots and should be able to keep the scoring rate going up.
Here's Chase now to Pavan. This one turned around the corner and he moves off the mark, does Pavan Rathnayaka with his first delivery. He's 1 from 1. The score 160 for 2.
Nice delivery to get first up, short of a good length coming into you from the off spin and just tucking it into the mid-wicket position and off the wind for a comfortable single.
I suspect the Sanka will have to take up the majority of the scoring. Here's Chase now, turns it around the corner, does the man Nisanka, and they come through for yet another single. 3 deliveries, 3 singles so far. The score 161 for 2. Sri Lanka, Nisanka moves to 68 from 88 deliveries.
Yes, they have displayed good competence in manipulating the ball around and changing strike rather easily against Roston Chase.
Chase talking to the man there. And again, this one spinning into the batsman, and the batsman, that's Rathnayaka, playing it to the man at short mid-wicket. No run this time, so dot delivery. Fielder just comes in a little bit. Here's Chase, he uses his feet, does Pavan Rathnayaka, and manages to manipulate this one to a wide-ish long on position, and they only get 1 for their efforts. Score now 162 for 2. Rathnayaka moves to 2 from 3 deliveries. Nisanka will be on strike again. I think at this stage he has to take on a little bit more of the scoring with Kusal Mendis.
I would say so myself.
So here is Chase now for his final delivery of this over. Up to the wicket, spinning down the leg side. Could have let that one go. Well, it passed him. I thought it hit him, and it goes for wide, and the score now 163 for 2. Thought he got something on that, did Nisanka, but didn't. Went past him, and that one signaled wide by the umpire. So we'll have to go again for the final delivery from Chase.
Yes, Nisanka though not looking himself, looking a bit lethargic, like the heat might be getting the better of him.
Or maybe that collision with the wall seals. Here is Chase, this one more on the line of the middle stump, and Nisanka has to play that one into the pitch. There's a shout from behind the stumps from Shai Hope, not sure why.
He said that he was excited that the bowler had bowled a straighter delivery that was attacking the off stump. But Nisanka is 68 of 89 deliveries. With the departure of his captain Kusal Mendis, he'll have to play a more dominant role in the scoring in order to keep the Sri Lankan momentum building towards the final 10 overs.
So again, at the end of the 29th over, the Sri Lankans are 163 for 2. So again, 163 for 2, the Sri Lankans.
Matthew Ford is back. He's continuing is now for his 7th.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Here's Ford. Up to the wicket again is Ford. This one shorter, and he pulls that one, does Rathnayaka, but straight to the man at short mid-wicket.
Yes, John Campbell here, the Jamaican, they are effecting a very good stop there at mid-wicket, keeping the batter to no run. And the batsman probably a bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get that past Campbell and into the vacant mid-wicket position where he might have profited from 4 runs.
Yeah, 5 feet to the left or right of Campbell, and that I suspect would have been 4 runs. Not a very good delivery there from Ford. Want to correct that for his next delivery. He's ready for that one. Up to the wicket now and bowls. This one fuller, straighter, and Pavan Rathnayaka has to defend that one into the pitch. Had no choice. Good delivery there from Matthew Ford.
Yes, Ford has found his straps, have been hitting the right length based on his body, what he can do best, which is a slightly fuller length than the most other seamers. It has worked for him today. His lack of pace has made stroke play more difficult, and he is the bowler with the seam up to restrict the batters from scoring from this end.
So this partnership, 5 runs from 7 deliveries. Here is Ford in, and this one just punched by Rathnayaka to the man at point. No run. So 8 deliveries now for 5 runs. Scoring rate has taken a little bit of a hit since the departure of Captain Kusal Mendis. Score stays at 163 for 2.
Yes, and the West Indies we should try to get a few of these overs in rather quickly and try to continue to build the pressure on the batters to induce a mistake. And if that happens, that might even lead to the scoring rate further decreasing.
Here's Matthew Ford into the wicket and bowls. Nissanka turns this one around the corner past the man at short mid-wicket. I think that's John Campbell. The man comes off the square leg boundary and they pick up another single. It's now 164 for 2, 29.4 overs gone. Rathnayaka moves to 3 runs from 7 deliveries.
And Mendis is here, and Nissanka is here on 68 from 89. Matthew Ford has put in a yeoman shift in these type of conditions, and one would have to give him credit for continuously putting his hand up.
Yes, 6.4 overs bowled. 1 wicket to him. This one outside the off stump and punched to the man on the cover boundary there. They come through for another single. Nissanka moves to 69 from 90 deliveries. It's now 165 for 2 with 1 more delivery to come in this over. And that's the 30th over. So 1 more delivery to come in the 30th over. We say double if you have wickets in hand at 30. They do have 8 wickets in hand, 165 on the board. That's pushing to, if we double it, 330 runs. Here's Matthew Ford up the wicket now and bowls. This one is short and pulled to the man on the boundary. That looks to be Casey Carthy. 166 for 2 at the end of the 30th over. Rathnayaka moves to 4 from 8. Again, the Sri Lankans 166 for 2 at the end of the 30th over here at Sabina Park. At this point, I'll go ahead and take my leave, and my good friend and co-commentator, Mr. Marlon Pinnock, will take over for the next 10 overs or so as we move into the second half of this match.
Rathnayaka and Nissanka will have to start to try to assert themselves quickly before they allow the scoring rate to drop below 5 and to build pressure on the batters coming in the latter stages of the innings. Ford has done a woman, really held his hand up and put in the hard yards for the West Indies thus far. Ralston Chase has been fairly restrictive, 17 runs off his 3 overs and is at his mark again.
Here is Roston Chase to bowl to Rathnayaka, who is chipping this one out to that straight mid-wicket, and there is no run. The score is kept on 166 for 2.
Yes, and West Indies trying to peg their way back into this game.
In comes Chase to this delivery. Really caught into no man's land, and he goes out to that backward point region, and still there is no run.
Yes, Chase here starting off with 2 deliveries, building good pressure in this over.
He has been good so far. Roston Chase, in he comes. And this is a short, a loud appeal. And coming in from Captain Shai Hope. Flatter, quicker, and beating Rathnayaka outside the house stump.
Yes, shorter, but not wide enough for him to get his hands to. Crapped him for a bit of room, and thus it led to some excitement by Shai Hope, wondering if he had edged it into his glove.
3 dot delivers to start his 4th, and make that 4. A good delivery on the line of that Midland leg stump, asking the batters to hit with the spin.
And one looked like it was a top spinner too. It really gained a little bit of extra bounce. The batter had to remove one of the hands from the bat to make sure he could have tried to control it.
And he's getting the ball to spin into the right-hander, and hence why a slight adjustment been made in the field. And there will be a short fine leg in place in Matthew Ford.
And a square leg, a deep backward square leg on the boundary.
And also a mid-wicket. In comes Chase. And this delivery guided down to that short fine leg region. Excellent work coming in from Matthew Ford. Very athletic, very quick, and sends a decent enough return over the bails to Captain Shai Hope.
Yeah, batter halfway down the pitch and had to turn quickly and get back. The throw was right over the stump, and if he had hesitated in returning, he would have been on his way back to the pavilion.
And he's going to be chased to Rathnayaka. Good delivery, excellent delivery, beautiful delivery. Pitch and spun through the gate. Excellent take by Captain Shai Hope.
Yes,
Over number 31 comes to an end. 166 for 2, the latest score here at Sabina Park.
I think Roston Chase might be a little bit disappointed that one never hit the stick. That one spun and it passed just over the top of the off stump. That would have been a special delivery and a special wicket. And Roston Chase doing good work there and continue to restrict the Sri Lankan scoring.
He has been fantastic so far. Roston Chase getting the ball to spin, getting the ball to bounce, and getting a lot of purchase out of this Sabina Park wicket. And we saw Matthew Ford as well has been outstanding with his variation, and hence why he has broken an outstanding partnership that wrote over 135 runs. In fact, 136 run partnership.
Yes, that was a very good effort by the captain and Nissanka, and it really set the Sri Lankans up for a good total. Even though things have slowed up a bit since Mendis' departure, the Sri Lankans are still on course to make close to 300 or over 300 runs.
A slight bowling change from this to Courtney Walsh, and it's Alzarri Joseph back in the attack, and he starts with a good delivery, bang on target to Nissanka, and plays out to that cover region fielded by Justin Greaves.
Yes, starting on a rather foolish length, the length that has led to some restriction in the scoring of the Sri Lankans. They tend to score square off the wicket, or they have been scoring square off the wicket quite comfortably in this innings, but if you bring the ball up, they have not been scoring down the ground or through cover a lot, so it definitely seems that that's where you have to bowl to restrict them.
You're absolutely correct, but a well-constructed inning so far from this man on strike, Nissanka. 69 from 91 deliveries, as in comes Alzarri Joseph up to the wicket to bowl to Nissanka. Good delivery, back of a length, steered out to that backward point region and fielded by Roston Chase, and yet there is no run. The score is kept on 166 for 2.
Yes, good combat thus far from Alzarri Joseph. Apart from picking up a wicket or two in this spell, he'd want to make sure that he is not conceding runs, not more than 4 runs per over, to aid in the West Indies' effort of restricting the Sri Lankan batting surge.
Look at wickets is the West Indies as Alzarri Joseph up to the wicket now to bowl to Nissanka. This one is driven sweetly up to mid-off and straight to Shamar Joseph on this occasion, and there is no run. 3-dot delivers to start over number 32.
Yes, I'm wondering when or if Shamar Joseph will go back to his natural length. That one just short of a good length, cramping the batter to Faroum, and that might lead to John Campbell at that straighted mid-wicket position being called into play, either to effect a stop or to take a catch.
It could be a very, very good option, as in comes Alzarri Joseph from the Courtney Walsh end up to the wicket now to bowl to Nissanka, who's getting another good delivery on that median leg stump and stroke it out to that straight mid-wicket and fielded by John Campbell, and there's no run.
Yes, just as I said it, he went there. The batter negotiated fairly comfortably, but the important point to note, no runs to the Sri Lankan team, as John Campbell fielded fairly easily and has relayed the ball to Alzarri Joseph, who is almost at his mark.
And a lovely crowd building as well, and a weekday
should be good in the afternoon
at Sabina Park. You're absolutely correct. In comes Alzarri Joseph up to the wicket to bowl to Nissanka. This one is launch maximum. What a shot that was! Over pitch delivery and a shot of authority from Nissanka, and the total goes up to 172 for 2.
Yes, that one was too full, and with the pace of Alzarri Joseph, Nissanka hit through the line, held the shape, and deposited into the widest long on, over the widest long on position and into the north stand for good looking runs there. Alzarri Joseph will have to take stock of that, because Nissanka is not bothered by the pace.
Just a shimmy down the wicket, the ball was in the arc, and as easy as just a flick of the wrist. And little or what you know, it's out of Sabina Park for 6. What would be the response of Alzarri Joseph? In he comes up to wicket now to bowl to Nissanka. Punch beautifully off the back foot now to the sweeper on that cover boundary. This is exceptional good batting from Nissanka.
Yes, Nissanka showing that he still has enough energy to fight on for Sri Lanka. Over 2 before, he looked a little bit slow and sluggish, but that shot and how easily executed it suggests that he's still up for the fight and ready to push on for the Sri Lankans, who are currently 173 for 2 of 32 overs bowled.
That was pleasant to watch. A very constructed innings from Nissanka so far. He has looked the part, and he has looked to capitalize on any ball deliveries that comes his way, and look to rotate the strike when possible.
Yes, and he's showing that he has most of the shots that are needed to be played in a type of environment like this. He can play the cross-batted shots very well.
He's be Roston chase to continue.
him rather quickly. The pace rushed him, and he was just able to hit the ball back to the bowler, and that will suggest that the ball got big on him rather quickly. So pace did impact the shot there.
Been on the expensive side of things so far. Alzarri Joseph into his 6, none for 33 so far. In he comes up to the wicket now to bowl to Nisanka, who's getting a delivery on the line of the leg stump. Clip out to that long leg region, fielded by Matthew Ford, and with that a single, the total goes up to 177 for 2.
The shot of a good length, cramping him for room, tucked it around the corner. Off it went rather quickly down to fine leg, and the batters crossed for 1 run fairly comfortably. Nisanka is there on 78, Farad on 6.
Lovely sunshine here at Sabina Park. Lovely crowd building as well, as in comes Alzarri Joseph. In he comes up to the wicket to bowl to Rathnayaka, who is punching out to backward point and can't beat the diving Roston chase, who's very, very good in the field so far. Yes. As the score kept on 177 for 2.
Yes, Joseph here, good comeback with these first 3 deliveries, rather restrictive. I'm going to see if he can finish up and make sure that he has a fairly decent over for the West Indians.
Looking to get a start in this one so far. Rathnayaka been 5 from 17 deliveries, as in comes Alzarri Joseph, and a loose shot playing away from his body. No foot movement, just a transfer off the bat could be risky.
Yes, those type of shots normally lead to you getting an edge. The feet never followed the bat, so it was the bat alone just swashing at the ball. And sometimes even when you do make contact, you'll not have a lot of power because there's no transfer of weight.
There's a wider third, there's backward point, there's cover, there's mid-on, mid-off, extra cover on the boundary, and there's also long leg and deep backward square. Placement on the boundaries. In comes Alzarri Joseph and driven off the up. And a pleasant bit of timing, but straight to Justin Greaves at that short cover region.
As spectators catch there, the crowd getting excited, not realizing most of them that the ball actually was hitting to the ground and the batter has no way going. Very good stop there by Justin Greaves though, and Alzarri Joseph continues to ask good questions in this is 6th over.
Only a run from his 6th over so far. 4 dot deliveries and a run from the second delivery. And 1 delivery left in over number 34. In comes Alzarri Joseph. And a good delivery on the line of the body. Didn't got up as the batter expect. Hit him on his spot as over number 34 comes to an end. It's 177 for 2. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
Yes, that one scooted along. It never got up as he expected. Made it difficult for stroke play, and he had to take it on his body. Alzarri Joseph would come back over there. So far, 6 overs in the books, none for 32, none for 34. But he only conceded 1 run from that over, and he needs to continue on that path to aid the West Indies' quest to minimize scoring as best as possible.
I think it's a remarkable comeback in his second spell. Alzarri Joseph started up and down in his first spell, with a dramatic turnaround in his second spell. Has looked the part, and so too is this one with ball in hand. Roston chase, 5 overs, none for 20, getting ready to bowl his 6th and the 35th for the West Indies.
Yes, and very good work done, being done here by Roston Chase.
And he'll be bowling to Nisanka, who's on 79 from 102 deliveries. Start with a low appeal for caught behind. Is given now. Roston Chase picks up the prize wicket of Nisanka, and he can't believe he's amused.
Vital breakthrough there by Roston Chase. Excellent catch there by the captain Shai Hope, reacting and coming to take that vital wicket to put the West Indies back in business. The catch was actually in front of the stumps, so that was excellent work by the skipper, who was very alert in making that move, and it has led to the dismissal of Nisanka.
Excellent awareness from Captain Shai Hope, and this could be a changing point in the game for Sri Lanka and for West Indies most of all.
Yes, Nisanka departing 79 out of 103 deliveries, strike rate of 76.7. That's where I think he might be a bit disappointed in his innings. He'd have wanted to finish with at least a strike rate of 90 or above. having batted so long.
And Chase gets his reward after being very economical, very productive. And that one spun.
And the top spinner again getting that extra bounce, and Shai Hope was alert to come in front of the wickets to pick up a catch. That is one of the most difficult catches for a wicket keeper to take, and he'd have to have moved quickly to make sure he poached the catch that he did fairly comfortably as well.
And this brings
Asalanka,
the new batter, over 76 innings so far, 2,734 runs at an average of just over 41 in for 42.1 and a best
127.
And there you go. Such a powerful player nonetheless. A very attacking player. With his team.
Yes, and let us see now if these two new batters basically at the crease will be able to keep up the momentum and push this total forward quickly.
It will be Roston Chase to continue his marathon spell to bowl to Asalanka. Starts with a delivery back off a length and punch out to that backward point region and fielded by Shamar Joseph.
His feel is what a cover, point, short, fine leg, deep extra cover. Mid off.
And this one badly line, looking to sweep. And no bat involved. Well, in fact, 4 signal. And a badly line delivery from Roston Chase. And 4 signal by umpire Wayne Knight. Precious runs for Sri Lanka.
Yes, got some bat on it and it's scooted down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Badly line delivery and helped around the corner.
And Asalanka gets off the mark with a boundary. Total 182 for 3. And the current run rate goes to 5.30. Roston Chase to Asalanka. Another sweep shot coming in and gets it out to that wideish fine leg region. And good bit of feeling coming in from Alzarri Joseph and sends a decent enough return to Captain Shai Hope.
Yes, that one, that shot was played a little bit late and squarer, and thus it went a bit wide off the fine leg region, but the single was always on. Yes, and now Chase is at his mark, ball in hand. Field batter backing away, taking a look at the field set for him as Chase tries to show that he needs a little bit of straighter perch at the short fine leg fielder. Chase is in.
And this one, the reserves scoop down to that fine leg region, looking at second. And Shamar Joseph, very electric on the field, limits the batters to only a run.
Yes, got to that delivery rather quickly, got to that ball that was played around the corner and really made sure the second one was out of the question.
And now you see West Indies taking their time to get the field placement right. Look at the field for the off spinner to the left-handed Asalanka. There's a short fine leg. There's deep mid-wicket, there's deep backward square. There's also a sweeper undercover boundary. And there's also long off on the boundary. So 4 fielders out for the West Indies.
The breaking players, umpire Reefer chases his hat. He has gotten a hold of it and is quickly trying to make his way back to his position at the square leg.
And heavy breeze blowing across Sabina Park as well. Such a glorious day for cricket as in comes Roston Chase to bowl to Asalanka. Good delivery on the line of that Midland leg stump, and that closes the 35th. Sri Lanka 183 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
Yes, the West Indies continues to fight back and continues to restrict the Sri Lankans from their current total 183 for 3. Chase closes that 6th over, having conceded 26 runs and taken a wicket and a maiden as well to boot. Chase is doing a fantastic job for the West Indies currently, and he'll need to be supported from the other end as they push towards restricting this Sri Lankan total below 300 runs.
Yes, he has been outstanding, Roston Chase. No doubt about his ability with ball in hand. And he's getting purchase out of this wicket here at Sabina Park. Alzarri Joseph, he has been fantastic as well in his second spell.
Yes, he has shown some heart and came back and bowled a really wonderful 6th over. Let us see what he will do in the 7th.
He will be bowling to Rathnayaka, who is on strike. In comes Alzarri Joseph. And this one swatted. Beautiful shot. Bang into the north stand here at Sabina Park. What a shot that was. A full delivery on the line of the leg stump. And a great dexterity from the right-hander.
That was a carbon copy of the shot that the Sanka played before he got out. The both of them have now deposited Alzarri Joseph into the upper levels of the north stand over that widest long-on position.
That was a shot. Picked up 85 meters and didn't afraid of committed on the front foot. And a pleasant swing through the line of the delivery. Outstanding to watch.
Yeah, man, got his hands through the delivery rather quickly, and it led to it traveling miles down the road.
What would be the response as Alzarri Joseph up to the wicket now to bowl, or edge wide off? And that slip region goes down to third man. They're thinking about a second and delays, but they are back for a second. And maybe a better throw would have been a different question from Jayden Seales. 2 more runs added to the total.
Yeah, very poor throw there. It was nowhere near the stumps, and thus Shai Hope had to just watch it lob over his head. If the throw was accurate and on target, the West Indies would have had a shot. That delivery was a slightly fuller delivery. The batter drove at it, and it took the outer half and went down to the third man region, where Seales never sent a good throw, or there might have been a run out on the cards.
Alzarri Joseph steaming from the Courtney Walsh end. In he comes. And was a slow delivery, beating Rathnayaka outside the arm stump. And he's looking to play away from his body. Just the bat going.
I'd hope that the West Indian seamers will take a note out of Matthew Ford's book, and while they are naturally quicker than him, they can bowl more off-pace deliveries, because with his lack of pace, scoring has been very difficult, so they can opt to bowl at least 2 or 3 off-pace deliveries in the overs to restrict scoring.
In comes Alzarri Joseph up to the wicket to bowl to Rathnayaka, who's steering this one nicely down to that wideish third man region. Work for Seales. And he has done it effectively and sends a decent enough return to Captain Shai Hope.
Yes, Seales made sure that he did better with the return this time around. As a few balls before, if his return was on the money, it might have profited West Indies in getting a wicket by the run-out route.
As the total goes up to 192 for 3. And if you're just joining us, West Indies, they won the toss, elected to field. And Sri Lanka would have lost their first wicket on 22. They lost their second and 158. And the second wicket partnership of 136 was broken by Matthew Ford. As in comes Alzarri Joseph, none for 43 so far. In it comes to bowl to Asalanka, short delivery. And one signal for the over, and by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. And it goes through to be taken by Captain Shai Hope.
And for persons who might not know, when that one is signaled, that's the one over the shoulder for that batter for the over, so that this batsman knows that this bowler will have to take the ball up, because if he bowls a delivery over his shoulder again, it will be signaled a no ball.
Asalanka, not the tallest by no stretch of imagination either on the pitch.
Yes, that's so true, so it will be difficult to get one over the shoulder.
In comes Alzarri Joseph to Asalanka, who's getting a delivery on the line of the leg stump, flick. And down to that fine leg region fielded by Seales. And only a run as the 36 comes to an end. 193 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
Yes, that final delivery was a little bit short of a length, close to his body, but he swiveled quickly inside the line and was able to get his hands through the delivery. It traveled down to the fine leg region, and that the fielder executed a fairly comfortable stop and restricting the batsman to only 1 run. Ralston Chase will continue from the Michael only end.
9 extras so far from the West Indies, and a total of 193 for 3. 36 overs completed. Roston Chase has been outstanding with ball in hand. He has been very economical, he has been very disciplined, and he has been consistent. 1 for 26, 6 overs completed so far, and he's getting ready to bowl his 7th from the Michael holding end of the ground to Salanka, who is on 6 from 6 deliveries. Comes Trace. Short delivery, punch off the back foot. But straight to John Campbell at that point region.
Yes, most left-handers don't, most off-spinners don't mind bowling to left-handers because they get to spin the ball across them going to first slip, which makes it very difficult for stroke play.
Trace, this one's a lovely shot. Good use of the hands this time, playing away from his body, and would time it and place it to perfection. His first boundary.
Yes, top shot. He bisected that man at the short third man area and that person at backward point, and it raced down to the backward point boundary for 4, and it was just a push, which means the timing was perfect as he played just under his eyes and opened the bat immediately on contact to bisect both fielders for 4 good looking runs.
Lovely to watch, beautiful, and the total with that boundary goes up to 197 for 3.
Yes, Sri Lanka moves to 10 off 8 deliveries.
Striking well over 100. In comes Roston chase to Sri Lanka, getting a quicker, flatter delivery. And well negotiate up to the wicket, up to that cover region. And in fact, fielded by Justin Greaves.
That one was straight and came on with the arm. He had to be very watchful and circumspect, or he might have lost his stumps.
In comes chase. This one driven beautifully out to that sweeper on the cover boundary. Gudikish Moti. And sends a decent return, 1 bounce to wicketkeeper Shai Hope, and the total goes up to 198 now for 3. 2 deliveries left in the 37th.
Yes, as the Sri Lankans inch their way up to the 200 target. Those 3 was below that, 36.3 overs in the books.
Rathnayaka is on strike, 15 from 25 deliveries. As in comes chase, you get a short delivery pulled. A half stop there from John Campbell at that square leg region, and Shamar Joseph does well, limits the batters to only a run and hinge Sri Lanka closer to that 200 mark. It's 199 for 3.
Yes, Campbell here diving away, effecting a decent stop that Shamar Joseph ran in quickly behind him to clean up and make sure that the batters only profited from a run.
Chase, short delivery, guided down to that short third man region. And trying to use the pace as the 37 comes to an end. It's 199 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
Yes, the Sri Lankans making steady progress, slower than they would have wanted at this time. There are only 13 overs left in the innings, and now is the time you'd want to push on, especially with 7 wickets in the hut, which suggests that the West Indies are doing well and bowling in the correct areas. They have understood how to approach the innings based on what they have seen just far, and Ralston Chase has led from the front along with Matthew Ford with this West Indies quest to restrict the Sri Lankan squad, which currently they are doing okay, especially over the last 5 to 7 overs since the dismissal of Kulsal Mendis.
It's good to see umpire Christopher Taylor, ICC umpire, the 3rd umpire in this game.
It's the Jamaican.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, who has grown considerably over the years in his umpiring ability and has been rewarded by now being placed on the ICC panel. So we must recognize persons who work hard and have been recognized for that.
Well, it's Shamar Joseph has replaced Alzarri Joseph from this Courtney Walsh end of the ground. None for 22 so far. And he starts with a short delivery pulled out to that deep backward square region, just dropping short of Casey Carty, and only a run. Yes, 200 comes up.
Yes, 200, yeah. And that Sri Lanka did play that shot with some amount of authority. And he continues to show that he will be positive when the opportunity presents itself.
What is good? Look at the breeze, look at the sunshine, and look at the massive crowd coming in on a Wednesday.
Well, and I expect it to be bigger after lunch.
In comes Shamar Joseph up to the wicket now to bowl to Sri Lanka, who's getting a delivery on the line of a quick singular chance. And it was Alzarri Joseph at that mid-wicket region. Well, seems to be Justin Greaves.
Justin Greaves was trying to effect a direct hit. He missed, and thus the batter was fairly comfortable, but the effort could not have been faulted as Greaves attacked that ball quickly and released, but it was just unfortunate he never really hit those stumps.
Was very close I think he was late to react, but good cricket all round.
It's definitely so.
In comes Shamar Joseph up to the wicket to bowl to Rathnayaka, who's pulling the ball down to mid-off. Maybe beaten for pace on this occasion, but a run nonetheless.
Yes, run nonetheless. Shamar Joseph held his hand up while in his action and hoped that that ball would have stuck, but it flew past him and went down the road where Alzarri Joseph effected a good stop and throw, and the batsman only profited from one run.
This is a remarkable return for West Indies in the second half of this game. They have pulled things back. As in comes Shamar Joseph, the ball to Sri Lanka this time didn't deliver. And umpire Les the Reefer Jr. signals a dead ball. It's good to see the Jamaica Cricket Association selecting panel over that George Headley stands as well. Head selector Brad Barnes.
Just taking a look at international cricket, and they have youngsters around them, so I guess they are giving them pointers of how and they'd want to execute when they are playing for Jamaica at higher levels.
In comes Shamar Joseph. A quick single down to mid-off. And a chance. That was Rutherford at mid-off. And this has been quality cricket from Sri Lanka. Another run.
That was played with soft hands and they went immediately. Rutherford picked up and threw, but I'm certain that even if he had effected a direct hit, both batters would have been safe.
This is where cricket is real tense. This is outstanding cricket from Sri Lanka. When the bad ball presents itself, they are quick to capitalize with boundaries. When bowling is very good, rotation of the strike has been remarkable.
And that has to be the way forward to consistently score at the international level. Current score rate 5.39.
In comes Shamar Joseph. And this one crested out to that deep backward point region, fielded by Gudikish Moti. And the 38 has come to an end. It's 204 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
That last delivery from Shamar Joseph was 140k. He has been out there for a while. He's almost completed his 6th over, his 5.5 overs in the books, and it shows that he has some decent level of fitness in his score, because to be bowling at 140 clicks now after over 2.5 hours on the field, he's pulling the choke. In
this climate as well, as in comes Shamar Joseph to bowl to Sri Lanka. Good delivery. A dot to close out 38. It's 204 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
And I must commend the West Indies bowlers. After the first 15 or 20 overs, they have really started to bowl a fuller length, and it has resulted in stroke play becoming more difficult, and thus the scoring rate has started to go down, and that was led by the dismissal of Kulsal Mendis, who was the batsman who was scoring at above a runner ball and showed real intent. The Sri Lankan batters since then, while they have been consistent and resolute, have not scored as quickly as they would have wanted to, and the West Indies have started to consistently peg their back into the game, with the total only being 204 for 3 of 38 overs.
A really excellent approach from the West Indies bowling unit after the drinks break. It's a total different cricket game. Very economical, field placement outstanding, and fielders diving around. Great commitment, and a decrease of the current run rate. Started at 5.76 and now it's at 5.37. As in comes Roston Chase, and to bowl to the right-hander, who tucks this one out to that mid-wicket region. And good aggressive feeling again coming in from Gudikish Moti.
Yes, and Moti thus far in his I think has only bowled 3 overs, if my memory serves me correctly, but he still has high energy and making sure that he's giving an optimum effort for the West Indies cricket team in the field, even if he doesn't have ball in hand.
His first 3 overs went none for 22. Roston Chase into his 8, 1 for 33 so far, and he'll be bowling to Sri Lanka. He comes to bowl to Sri Lanka, who's punching off the back foot out to that backward point region. They cross for 1, and they are back for a second. There's a chance.
The throw again is
yet
off.
Again another poor return coming in from Gudikish Moti. It's another double to the total.
Yes, Shamar Joseph tried to stop the ball by diving away. He scooted past him. Moti was slow to react. And when he got there, he tried to release the throw immediately. It was off the mark. And those 2 runs was always on the card.
The last 12 deliveries. The last boundary was scored. The last 12 deliveries.
2 overs ago. And at this time of the innings, that's excellent work by the West Indies bowling unit.
Fantastic. And I think has been pegged back. 30-run partnership between these two from 25 deliveries, just over a run a ball.
Yes. And both batters have been assertive when given opportunity.
And Chase with a delivery outside the arm, driven pleasantly out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Only another run.
Yes. Played with soft hands. The fielder on the boundary had to attack the ball, and that made the single very easy. And as the batters continue to tick the strike over.
What is good so far is the ability to rotate the strike when the boundaries haven't present themselves. And any youngsters watching in the stands should learn something about the approach of the Sri Lankans so far. Chase to continue. Punch off the back foot straight to what Rutherford at that point region. And yet again another dot delivery from Roston Chase.
Yes, the Sri Lankans here showing some patience as well. And I think they are believing that they will be able to pick it up in an over or 2.
Chase to continue. And another delivery on the line of the leg stump. Flick down to the short fine leg region. And fielded by Alzarri. Joseph, another run. Brings the total up to 209 for 3.
Yes, and Chase continues to be restrictive in his bowling effort and making sure that if the Sri Lankans want to score, they'll have to take a risk that might lead to the downfall of their batting effort.
Chase to continue to Sri Lanka. This one swept up to that deep backward square region. And Rutherford comes off the boundary and limits the batters to only a run and a return to wicketkeeper Shai Hope. As a 39 comes to an end, it's 2-1-0 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
Yes, and Chase, 8 overs bowled, 1 for 38 and a maiden to boot. Current score 210 for 3. And Sri Lanka must be thinking that they'll have to get a move on now. 66 legitimate deliveries left, and I think Sri Lanka will need to get as close as possible to 300 to make sure that they'll be consistently competitive in this game with ball in hand.
Well, in fact, we know about this strip here at Sabina Park. It has been always a beautiful batting strip. We saw it in regional cricket. We saw it in domestic league here. And now it's ODI cricket time. In comes Shamar Joseph to bowl to Sri Lanka. Who's getting a short delivery. Pull, top edge, down to fine leg. It gets into the boundary for 4. Luck favors the brave. Sri Lanka gets another boundary. It's 214 for 3 to Lanka.
He lined on the body, short ball. Got his hands through, hit the top edge and flew down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Shamar Joseph might be rather unfortunate, but as you say, fortune favors the brave.
Body line delivery, but the pace of Shamar Joseph, look at that. That ball flew down to fine leg in seconds. In comes Shamar Joseph to Sri Lanka on the line of the leg stump, tucked out to that square leg region. Yet again an easy run and brings the total up to 215 for 3.
Yes, Shamar Joseph might feel a bit unlucky there, but with extra pace, it can lead to wickets and it can lead to runs. He knows the game of cricket. He just have to continue to work hard, put the ball in the right areas and hope for a better result. Not a bad ball there by Shamar Joseph that went for boundary, and a good follow-up delivery to make sure that he doesn't get too loose. 5
runs from the first 2 deliveries, half his 7th over. And he's getting ready to bowl to Rathnayaka, who is on some 21 from 32 delivery. In comes Joseph. And a good delivery. Punch out to that cover region. Was looking a single. And Justin Greaves was in the way, limits the batters to a dot.
Dot delivery. The batsman tried to pull away from the line of the delivery in order to create some room to get his hands through the ball and hit the ball through cover. Was not successful as Greaves stopped the ball and made sure that they didn't profit from a run.
You look at the field set here as well. There's a wideish third, there's backward point, there's cover. There's a sweep on the cover boundary. There's also mid-off and long on. And there's deep backward square on the boundary and a short fine leg as in comes Shamar Joseph. In he comes the ball to Rathnayaka, who's punching this one with some venom out to mid-off, but straight to Alzarri Joseph. That ball was hit with some venom.
Yes, good length delivery. The batsman's tried to punch it to the long off boundary, but Alzarri Joseph at the mid-off region stopped fairly comfortably. Now we see no ball being signaled here by umpire Reefer, which will lead to a free hit, and Shamar Joseph will have to minimize the damage here.
39-run partnership from 33 deliveries, and Shamar Joseph into his 7th, none for 33 so far, and a free hit coming up. Rathnayaka is the man on strike. In comes Shamar Joseph up to the wicket to bowl to Rathnayaka, getting a good delivery, fantastic Yorker length delivery, squeeze out of that square leg region, and good work coming in from Casey Carty, and only a run.
Yes, that free hit only costing him a run, and he must feel good to make sure that it did not cost him a boundary and to break the momentum that the West Indies has built in making sure that they are keeping a stranglehold on the Sri Lankan scoring.
The momentum has been high in this session so far after the drinks break, as in comes Shamar Joseph up to the wicket now to bowl to Asalanka, who's getting a slow delivery, short pulled out to deep backward square, only a run fielded by Gudikish Moti, and with that single the total goes up to 218 for 3.
That ball was pulled dead square as the umpire at the square leg position had to jump out the way, and it scooted along quickly to the fielder on the deep square leg boundary, who effected an efficient stop and threw it quite quickly to the skipper Hope.
Had to take evasive action, umpire Wayne Knight, as in comes Shamar Joseph up to the wicket now to bowl to Rathnayaka, who's getting another good delivery, fabulous delivery, Yorker length delivery, and an excellent delivery to close out the 40th. It's 218 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
Excellent Yorker length delivery there. Went between the batsman's legs but didn't hit the leg stump, and thus the umpire never called wide either, because while it passed outside of the leg stump, it went in between the batsman's feet and was a legal delivery. Good comeback over here by Shamar Joseph as the West Indies continue to lead the thrust in restricting the Sri Lankans. The bowling unit has pulled themselves up and has started to peg themselves back into the contest, which augurs well for the West Indies bowling effort.
And this is where I pulled myself up from the commentary box, and Davian Nugent will take you through to the end of the 50 overs.
Alright, Chase comes into bowl. That one is slapped out to the man at the mid-wicket position, who is Katie Carty, who feeds fairly efficiently and throws it back to Hope, the captain now. 1 run there to the batter.
So the third power play on now. One delivery into it. The Sri Lankans 219 for 3. Bafan Rathnayaka will be on strike. Facing up now to Roston Chase. Here is Chase now in. Rathnayaka is backing away and then dabbing it into the offside, just past the point position. And again, Rutherford, he looks so nonchalant in the field, and they managed to pick up 2 runs there. Do the Sri Lankans move the score now to 221 for 3.
Chase tried to follow him with the delivery. As he backed away, he was able to squirt it out to that deep point position and off the wind for 2 runs.
Here's Chase again bowling to Rathnayaka, who's slucking this one, and it comes to the man. Is gone is Rathnayaka. Man running around from the long on position to wideish mid-wicket position to take that one, and the 4th wicket goes down now for the Sri Lankans. They're 221 for 4. Rathnayaka goes
24 of what? 38 deliveries?
Yes.
And I think he might feel a little bit disappointed that he wasn't scoring a little bit quicker, and disappointed that he never hit that ball for 6. Based on where that ball was pitched and the hit that he would have gotten, I think probably would have expected the ball to carry somewhere up in the George Headley stand, but it was held up in the breeze as he never made contact properly, and Jayden Seales effected a fairly comfortable catch as the West Indies have gotten their 4th wicket.
So second wicket there for Roston Chase. Milan Rathnayaka going for 24 from 38 deliveries. Strike rate just under 65. 63.86 I think it was. And I think Welanje is going to be the new man in. So it's going to be Welanje who's going to come in to replace Rathnayaka. So Janith Welanje.
29 innings. For the West Indies, no overthrows resulted, and the score remains 279 for 4 at the end of the 48 overs. 48 over, 12 legitimate deliveries to go.
So again, 48 overs gone. The Sri Lankans 279 for 4. As my good friend Mr. Bailey says, 12 deliveries to come to see if they can get over the 300 mark. I think they do, especially if Welanje stays at the crease and is there at the end of the 50 overs. And there's a slow over rate penalty for the West Indies, so they will only be allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
Finish up.
Yeah. It's going to happen when you have this kind of a heat.
And so many seamers bowling. Only 14 overs of spin bowled in the innings thus far.
They would have hoped, because you pick Kudakesh Moti, you're thinking that he's going to bowl 10 overs. That's what you're thinking. Are close to it. Here is Ford now in. This one to Asalanka. He's looking to try that one. Misses it completely and goes through to be taken by Shai Hope. The score stays 279 for 4.
Yes, Ford continues to display good control, and he doesn't bowl a lot of loose deliveries. So if you are going to score him, in most cases, you're going to have to take a risk.
Indeed. So 11 legitimate deliveries to come as we watch a couple of replays from Matthew Ford. The back of the hand slower delivery, the leg cutter, this cross the seam delivery. He has it all. Here's Matthew Ford up to the wicket now to Asalanka, who's slapping that one high, hard, and is it?
Yes.
If Chase manages to keep it out and manages to keep it in, and they don't get a 6 for that. I think they only got 2 for it. Well done there from, was it Chase or was it Seales?
That seems to be.
That's Jayden Seales.
No, that's runs for Chase.
That's Chase, yes.
Chase. He really did well. No, honestly, that looks to be that's Jayden
Seales. As I thought, it is Jayden Seales.
Yeah, but he never effected the catch, but he did parry back the ball within the boundary.
Yeah.
And they saved, I think, 4 runs for the West Indies because he was in the air.
He's good. He's good.
Yes, he was
so
in the air.
Jumped and parried the ball back into the infield. Yeah. Managed to save. Yeah, they're doing the boundary check, but I think he's good. He's very good.
Yes, sorry.
That is Chase.
That is Roston Chase.
That was indeed Roston Chase.
Very good effort there by Roston Chase. One that we are quite familiar with him for displaying. He's somebody who gives his all in all aspects of the game.
Yes, indeed. As I said, he's not. Well, let me leave it at that. He's going to give his all. He's going to give his all. He's come under some pressure for what he's done with the bat, and some amount of pressure as well for what he's done with the ball.
They call it 6.
No.
They said that foot had landed when he tried to parry it back inside.
Chase is bemused. He's wondering what is going on. I thought he'd gotten let go of the ball before the foot came down.
I think it just made contact with the ground when he was pushing it away. And if that's the case,
it's signal 6.
Is the correct call.
So the score now 285 for 4. That was really close. So 6 there to Asalanka, moves him to 45. Here's Ford, and he's slapping this one now, and he's gone. Is Asalanka. This one not clearing the man at long on, and easy catch there for the fielder.
Off-speed delivery works again, 123 Ks per hour. So the off-speed deliveries have continued to prove dividends for the West Indies and Matthew Ford, who pouches his second wicket with 8.3 overs bowled. He's now gotten 2 for 38.
And that was Jayden Seales who took the catch. Came in a little bit, then realized that it was going a little bit further than he expected. Had to backtrack a little bit, but took it comfortably right about the shoulder region. Reverse cup. And easy does it for Seales and Asalanka. Sheriff Asalanka goes for 45 from 44 deliveries, just over a runner ball there from the Sri Lankan. And I think we're going to see Asaranga, yes indeed, Asaranka is going to come in now for the final 9 deliveries.
He's a very dangerous batter. He's
Yes.
unorthodox, but he can be very effective.
Yes, he's not going to be in the top 6 or 5, but when he gets bat to ball, he can launch it outside of Sabina. So Ford is going to have to be at his best. Bernardo Asaranka is only averaging 23. Here's Ford. Asaranka is backing away and Ford follows him, and he can only drive this one to the man on the long off fence. Asaranka moves off the mark. He's 1 from 1. The score moves to 286 for 5.
Asaranka's highest score is 80. At this level, an average of 23 and a bit. So he does have ability, all-round ability, because he's a frontline bowler, but he can get the scoring rate moving on his best days.
Knows where the long handle of the bat is. So 286 for 5. The Sri Lankans 8 deliveries to come. 2 in this over. Here's Ford to deliver one of those deliveries to Welanje. This one is short, and Welanje is just clipping that one off the hip to the man on the deep mid-wicket fence who comes off the fence. That's Kudakesh Moti, and they can only get a single. The score moves now to 287 for 5.
Yes, he has to just help that one around the corner. The pace of delivery does 113 k's per hour, and it made it very difficult for him to hit that ball to the boundary.
Still watching the replay of Chase, I still think he got it in time. Chase is like, what? I thought you got it, Mr. Chase, but the video said you didn't. Here's Ford for his final delivery of the 49th over now. He's steaming in to Asaranka, who's backing away and slapping that one over the man at cover, into the cover boundary now, and that's going to go for 4. First boundary for Asaranka. The score moves now to 291 for 5 at the end of the 49th over. Sri Lanka batting.
Yes, that one gave the batter too much room for him to get his hands through the line of the ball, and he hit it over the cover fielder and down to the boundary for 4. It was an off-speed delivery again, but as I said, too wide, so the batter could get his hands through the line of the ball, and the Sri Lankans profited from 4 good-looking runs there.
Yeah, Saranga just waiting and waiting and waiting for it to arrive, and then finally slapping it over the man at cover. It's going to be an interesting final 6 deliveries. Jayden Seales will be bowling those 6 deliveries. He has 2 unorthodox players he's going to be bowling to. Leanje, who's 35 from 26, and Hasaranga, who's 5 from 2. The run rate 5.94. And so to get up to 300, the Sri Lankans will need at least 9 runs from the final 6 delivery, and it's a mental boost when you look at the scoreboard and you see 3 instead of 2.
Definitely.
So the Sri Lankans, with these final deliveries, will be looking to get over 300. Jayden Seales will be looking to stop that from happening.
Vilanje is on 35 from 26, and he's on strike to start the over. Let us see
Yes,
how it pans
indeed.
out.
So short, fine leg, short third man. Man on the long on boundary as Seales is up to the wicket now. Fuller delivery. This one is slapped out to the man. The point boundary, or coming around from the point boundary, picks it up now and throws it into Shai Hope, and they only get 1. He'll be satisfied with that, Jayden Seales. And on the cover boundary as well. Again, the West Indies penalty. They can only have 4 fielders out. They have a man at mid-wicket, and he's one of the 4 fielders that is outside the 30-yard circle. Here's Seales again up to the wicket now, and bowls Fuller, wide delivery, signal wide. Again, he's been trying to push it full and wide. Jayden Seales hasn't gotten it.
Almost like bowling some wide Yorkers.
Yeah, wide Yorkers.
Yeah, but he has missed, and the umpires have to correct him. And he needs to bowl a little bit, 1 stump over, a little bit straighter, like on 6 stump then. And he should be okay from there.
Yeah, and those deliveries would be very difficult to get away. So he's bowled 9.1 overs, 1 for 57, Jayden Seales. As Asaranga will be on strike. This one slapped back. And is he going to get there? That's Alzarri. Doesn't drop just over his head. Alzarri, the man at mid-off. And they come through for 2. The score moves now to 295 for 5. I thought Alzarri could have put the dive in there. Didn't.
You'd really expect the tall
fast bowler
in the 50th over of the innings
in this heat.
Don't do
wishful thinking. So Jayden Seales getting ready now for his 3rd delivery in this over. He's up to the wicket now and bowls Asaranga, who's pulling this one and in the air and gone. Rutherford.
And that must have lobbed for him to get there so comfortable because he's moving very lethargic. But nevertheless, a wicket falls to Jayden Seales. The current total 295 for 5 with 3 deliveries to go and a new batter coming to take strike.
Yes, square leg boundary. Unorthodox shot there from Asaranga. Not sure was looking to pull or to play a defensive shot or get out of the way.
Well, it would not be defensive with only 4 deliveries to go. He must have been thinking of something attacking.
So Asaranga 7 from 4 deliveries. He goes. The score again 295 for 6. And Jayden Seales, he picks up his 2nd wicket. 2 for 59 now from 9.3 overs. The Sri Lankans still 5 runs short of that 300 mark. 3 deliveries to come. I would say they're just at or about par. The West Indians shouldn't have anything to fear from this score on the board. It's a pretty decent wicket. As I said, first class match the other day, one side scoring 600 runs. So not a lot in it. If you bat well, can get up to 300 and beyond, as Milan Rathnayaka is going to come into face up now to Jayden Seales. He's looking to play the scoop shot and Welanje runs through and throw there from Shai Hope, picked up by Jayden Seales, who runs out. Milan, after facing 1 delivery, he's gone and the 7th wicket has fallen. It's now 295 for 7. Was looking to play the scoop shot, missed it completely. Welanje wanted strike, ran through to nip the single. Hope thus trying to throw down the stump, I think, first of all at the batter's end, missing. Seales picking up the throw and then throwing down the stumps at the non-striker's end and running out. Milan Rathnayaka, none for none after facing 1 delivery, without even getting the bat on the ball. So 2 more deliveries to come.
Yes, a direct hit there.
Yeah.
Affected by the bowler Jayden Seales after the skipper had underarmed the ball at the stumps at the batsman's at the striker's end. It passed him and went, and Seales picked it up in the middle of the pitch and turned and threw, and Milan was out, not making the frame.
Indeed. So 2 more deliveries to come. Tishanka will be the next man in. 16.4 average. But here is Seales. The Welanje wanted the strike, and this is why he wanted the strike. Over Kudakesh Moti there at long on and into the stands for 6. 300 is now up for the Sri Lankans. They're 301 for 7. Wonderful shot there from Welanje to get the Sri Lankans over the 300 mark. Knew why he wanted that strike, Bailey.
Welanje is very unorthodox but extremely effective.
Very effective.
And he hits the ball hard. He has progressed to 42 of 28 deliveries. And if he didn't come and play this type of innings, the Sri Lankans would be woefully under par.
He has done all sorts of stuff. Welanje, the scoop, backed away. He's advanced. As we get ready for the final delivery. Here's Jayden Seales up to the wicket. He's stepping across his Welanje, but getting the inside head, and the man comes off the long on boundary, coming through, throw not coming in time, and they get to the score now 303 for 7. So 303 for 7 is where the Sri Lankans will end So at the end of 50 overs, Sri Lanka 303 for 7. Wilanje, he ends on 44 from 29 deliveries. So Sri Lankans putting up a score in excess of 300. Run through the scoreboard for you real quickly. So at the top, it was Pathun Nisanka who opened the innings with Kamindu Mendis, 79 from 103 deliveries. Nisanka was eventually caught by Hope, bowl chase. Kamindu Mendis, 12 from 21, caught Hope, bowl Jayden Seales. Then Kasul Mendis, 72 from 62 deliveries, caught Joseph, bowl Ford. Pavan Rathnayaka, 24 from 38 deliveries, caught Seales, bowled chase. Sharith Asalanka made 45 from 44 deliveries, caught Jayden Seales, bowled Matthew Ford. Janith Leanche finished on 44 from 29 deliveries. Asaranga, that's Madulu. Asaranga, 7 from 4 deliveries. Milan Rathnayaka made 0 from 1 delivery faced. And Mahish Tishanka did not face any deliveries. Let's go to the bowlers. Jayden Seales, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 67. Matthew Ford, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 44. Shamar Joseph, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 38. Alzarri Josephs, 9 overs, no maiden, none for 65. Kutikesh Moti, 4 very expensive overs, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 40. Morrison Chase, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. So we're at the innings break now. We'll have the West Indian reply in just a short order. It was interesting to see what the batting lineup is for the West Indies. But for now, we'll go on the break. We'll be back at the start of the West Indian inning.
This is cricket on the Cut Drive Network.
My life was too good. Give me some.
This is cricket on the Cut Drive Network.
And we move on to the Eastern PK
No boys,
No battery?
no battery. It's a weird shape battery they come with to recharge.
Now we move on to the top order in the PK Insurance Limited. Leading indicator from Manchester High School, the 27 minutes at an even rate of 2.71 is 7 goals. And the winner champion for the EA Insurance
This is cricket on the Cut-On Drive Network.
I have to care about the program.
Okay, and we can back to the program who is the chairman for Rural Cricket to come and give the next presentation. The next presentation is from champion, and it is none other than Central International School from South Central.
This is cricket on the Cut-On Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
him his wicket.
Definitely so, as he has made his way back into the hut, and Casey Carty is now at the crease, hoping to continue a resurgence in the West Indies form and push the score along with Justin Greaves.
So Casey Carty averages 41.9 with 1,593 runs so far in his career, but
averaging the low 40s.
Yeah, but he was averaging in the low 50s a couple of years ago, and hadn't had the best of the last couple of years. His average just started to drop a little bit.
I think he's a little bit too loose on fourth or fifth stump, and it has led to a lot of soft dismissals and low scores over the last year or so. He needs to be more circumspect in his approach and to make sure that his shot selection is on par.
Well, if you average 40, you're going to get a chance or two, even if your average is dropping a bit. But questions will be asked as there's some running repairs that...
I think the pitch, it seems to be a little bit too hard for these bowlers because the groundsman is using the sledgehammer trying to break the surface. So hopefully the bowlers can get a more comfortable landing in that delivery strike.
Marin is asks for the groundsmen to come out and do that on at least 2 occasions now. So 46 ODIs for young Casey Carty. This is his 47th. He's played 43 innings before. This is going to be his 44th innings. Again, it's an opportunity for him to get some runs on the board. And with Justin Greaves playing so well, pressure is going to be off him a little bit. Here is Chameera up to the wicket now and bowls to Greaves, who's up on his tippy toes and looking to force that one back past the bowler. Doesn't go further than maybe 10 yards, and the man runs in there from point region and picks it up. No run.
Yes, and the best thing to slow a run rate is a wicket, so the Sri Lankans will be cock a hope that they have gotten one via the run-out route, and will hope that this will lead to the West Indies having more difficulty in keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
John Campbell will be very disappointed with that run-out. He was the one who called for the run, and then in the end not managing to make his ground. Here's Chameera now up to the wicket to bowl to Carty. Carty's flashing this one over the man at short cover and into the boundary now. 4 runs is the result. It's now 54 for 1. Carty, he moves off the mark. He's gone to 4 from 2 deliveries faced. 54 for 1 now, the West Indies.
Was Casey Carty there playing an elegant looking shot. He'll always offer a shot to that ball on 4th stump, and it race to the cover region for 4 good looking runs. Elegant looking shot there by Casey Carty.
Well, Sri Lankans won't be too disappointed with that. As he said, he's had some issues with that 4th, 5th stump line, and so the Sri Lankans, seeing him continuing to play shots on that 4th or 5th stump line, will think that they are in with an opportunity. Here's Chameera again. Up to the wicket. Bowls to Carty. Again, 4th stump line. Oh! That's Greaves, sorry. So that was Justin Greaves. I was thinking it was Carty. So that was in fact Greaves. And Greaves almost got out there. So Justin Greaves on strike. And that one just stopped in the pitch a little bit. The man at mid-off thought he had an opportunity, but fell short of him.
Yes, that one held up a bit, and the fielder thought he was in business, but it never carried. Justin Greaves lifts the fight on for the West Indies on 35 currently.
35 from 26 deliveries. The required run rate now 5.77. Here's Chameera. It's up to the wicket now on bowls. Greaves inside edge, and it's trickles past the man at short fine leg. Thought he should have done better there, down to the boundary, and they come through now for 2 runs. Pushes the score now to 56 for 1. Yes. And Justin Greaves goes to 37 from 27 delivery. Lucky that that one didn't come back onto the stumps.
Just offering a drive to the inner half of the bat and squirted between the leg stump and the batsman's foot and went down. The fielder thing never put in optimum effort, and thus they were able to get 2 runs fairly comfortably.
So, one delivery to come in this over. Greaves, 37 from 27 delivery. Here's Chameera coming in now to bowl his final delivery of this over on the legs of Greaves. Fails to put it away. Man, a short mid-wicket, picks it up. No run. So at the end of the 7th over, the West Indies there 56 for 1 here at Sabina Park.
No ball, boys. No ball. No ball.
So, by my calculation, there's a no ball. So it's a no ball. So they'll get a free hit. So the over not completed. Thought it was completed. Batsman had met in the pitch, but it looks as if the TV umpire has signaled to the on-field umpire that there was a no ball, and so they'll have to bowl this one again, or Chameera will have to bowl this one again, and it's going to be a free hit to Justin Greaves, who is on 37 from 28 deliveries. The score for the West Indies now 57 for 1. So free hit coming up now. Here's Chameera steaming in up to the wicket now. Bowls fuller delivery, and he's slapping this one almost through the covers. It's Justin Greaves. It's going to get close to the boundary, but won't get into the boundary, and they'll have enough time to come back for 2. So at the end of the 7th over, it's 59 for 1 here at Sabina Park. So let's introduce my good friend. He's been on commentary. He's going to be doing some analyst work now. Mr. Marlon Pinnock. Marlon, welcome back to the coverage.
Good afternoon to our listeners, wherever you are in the world. It's a beautiful day of cricket so far. I started from Sri Lanka winning the toss. Well, in fact, lost the toss this morning. West Indies, they won the toss, elected to field first. Sri Lanka posted 303 for 7 of their allotted 50 overs, with Nissanka getting 79 and Captain Mendis 72. And the pick of the bowlers was Matthew Ford 2 for 44, Roston Chase 2 for 47, and Jayden Seales 2 for 67.
So Tishanka will be introduced into the lineup now. First sight of spin. Here he is into Carty, just outside the off stump, and Carty is looking to guide that one down to the third man fence. Misses out. No run.
Quicker, flatter, beating Casey Carty outside the off stump. And a player who was a lot of potential, Casey Carty, would have made his ODI debut back in 2022 against Netherlands.
Here's Tishana again. This one is squirts between bat and pad, and the Sri Lankans were appealing. The umpire says that's a bye. So the score moves on now to 60 for 1. And that's
Clearly
interesting.
Not looking to spin. That was spun. It spun away from the right-handed Casey Carty.
It didn't go
good signs for Sri Lanka.
Thought it went to bat and ball. It went wide of the bat, and the keeper just wasn't able to hold on to it. So, score again 60 for 1. Greaves is going to be on strike facing spin for the first time in this innings. He's 39 from 29.
We saw Roston Chase earlier for the West Indies. He was fantastic getting the ball to spin and immediately getting purchase out of the wicket is Tishana.
So Tishana going to come in for his third delivery here to Greaves, and Greaves is just patting this one down to a wideish gully area, and no run. Score stays at 60 for 1.
3 excellent delivery to start by Tishana in his first over, and he has looked the part.
And here he comes again, up to the wicket now. Bowls, and his reverse sweeping is Greaves. Didn't expect this kind of approach from Justin Greaves. Thought he would play the sheet anchor role, but he's looking to go on the attack.
And this forced a slight change to the field. And there's an extra cover being brought in a catching position on the outside. You look at the field, there's a short third, there's backward point, there's cover, there's extra cover and mid off.
Yes, Ishana, this one spinning into Justin Greaves. And he plays a defensive shot to this one, and man at short mid wicket comes around and picks it up. There's no run.
5 dots to start his first. He has been on the money to start in this one so far.
Here, well, except for that bye. Here's Tishana into Greaves now. Greaves is looking to force this one off the front foot. The man at mid-off picks it up though, and there's no run. So at the end of the over, it's 60 for 1 here at Sabina Park. The West Indies replying to 303 made by the Sri Lankans.
Such a fantastic day, such a fantastic crowd building on a Wednesday afternoon, a working day, and the support is awesome here at Sabina Park, the home of cricket, Mecca, that has produced a lot of famous cricketers. Kingston Cricket Club, as we speak, well, the president of this Kingston Cricket Club is a former West Indies player, would have made his test debut right here at Sabina Park, Nehemiah Perry, back in 1999.
Nehemiah Perry, wonderful all-rounder, I'd want to call him. Servant of Jamaica's cricket as well. Played a one match with Nehemiah Perry when he was retired. He was still very, very good, Nehemiah Perry. So Rathnayaka will replace Chameera, and so we'll have more seam up. Here is Milan up to the wicket now and bowls this one, angling into Carthy, got the inside edge, dribbles out to mid-wicket position, and they come through for 2 runs, pushes the score to 62 for 1.
Easy as a light from Casey Carty, and just came on the front foot, opened the face off the bat, and got it to the right of that mid-wicket fielder, and chatters through for an easy second.
So Carty is 2 now from 3 deliveries faced. Wants to feel the bat on the ball. Is that kind of player who's always looking to feel the bat on the ball. Carty. Here's Milan up to the wicket now. Bowls to Carty down the leg side and immediately signaled wide by the umpire. And that pushes the score now to 63 for 1. West Indies will be satisfied with this start. Of course, they would not have wanted to have lost John Campbell, especially in the circumstances. Call for the run and then get run out.
50-run opening partnership between John Campbell and Justin Greaves.
Yeah, and they were going pretty well. Here's Milan again, up to the wicket and bowls to Carty. Carty just starting, I think, just to walk across a little bit to that off-stump line, but he manages to get the bat down in time and squeeze it out to the man at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket position. No run.
Clearly getting the ball to Shai back into the right-handed Casey Carty.
We're seeing an earlier video there with Coach Darren Sammy talking to Carty, imparting some words of wisdom. Again, he's been under a little bit of pressure, Carty. Things haven't gone the way he would have wanted them to in the last year or so. But here is Milan again, up to wicket now and bowls to Carty, short and wide, and Carty slaps that one over wide cover. It dribbles to the wide cover boundary, but not into the boundary. They managed to get 2 for it. They managed to get 3 for it. Really should have done better with that, Casey Carty.
Very, very poor delivery. Short, wide, begging to be hit. And Casey Carty obliged 3 precious runs to his credit.
Should have gotten that to the boundary though, Carty. But again, gets 3 for it. Suppose you can be okay with that. So 66 for 1, the score now. Carty moves on to 5 from 5. Justin Greaves facing up now to Milan. This one again, he's looking to force the issue. It's Justin Greaves. It goes to mid-wicket boundary and picks it up now. And they come through for 2 runs. Greaves moves to 41. The score moves to 68 for 1. Again, Greaves is looking anything slightly short. He's looking to get on top of it and attack it.
That ball didn't got up as he expected. Was in the shot very early, in a portion of the bat. And went through that mid-wicket region. But good aggressive running from West Indies.
Yeah, I like the running. Tell you that maybe even the run out, because in past no not have taken that run. Here's Milan into Carty, who's advancing and slapping that one back past the bowler. That's Greaves, sorry. So that's Justin Greaves advancing and slapping that one back past the bowler disdainfully. Moves now to 45. And the score now to 72 for 1. Justin Greaves, 45 from 35 deliveries. Advancing there was Greaves. And just slapping that one past the bowler. I was by him in a flash.
Signs of aggression from the impressive Justin Greaves. Just shimmy down the wicket. The presentation was magnificent.
And the man at mid-off has come a little bit finer now because of that. Here's this one into Greaves, fuller and on the pads, and Greaves can only push it out to the man at mid-wicket. And so after the 9th over has been completed, the score is 72 for 1 here at Sabina Park.
Justin Greaves has shown all his class, all his capabilities, looked the part and scored over a runner ball. Well, 45 from 36 deliveries and in immaculate form.
Yes, indeed. Justin Greaves looks as if he wants to secure this opening spot for himself and have his name as one of the first names on the team sheet. It's been a position, the opening position, where the West Indies have really struggled for a very long time to find stable openers. Greaves more a middle order batsman, so I was surprised to see him opening.
Well, we saw him in the West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship, being the captain of Leeward Islands. Had scored a few centuries this season as well.
He's a nice little cricketer, is Greaves. But it's going to be Carty now on strike for the start of the 10th over. Tishana will be bowling. He's in. Oh! That one spinning past the edge of Casey Carthy's bat there.
Gorgeous delivery to start by Tishana. Talking about Casey Carty, he would have made his first century against England. 128 not out. Such a classy player as well.
Yeah, that one just holding its line. Here's Tishana into Carty on the legs there, and he just turns it around the corner and they come through for a quick single. Score now 73 for 1, and Carty moves to 6 from 7 deliveries.
Bad line delivery on the line of the leg stump. Casey Carty came inside the line, took that ball to that vacant square leg area and picked up yet another single. He goes up to 6, Greaves 45, and West Indies 73 for 1. And this is over number 10, and a current run rate of 5.68.
That's a required run rate, 5.68. So Justin Greaves is going to be on strike now, and one suspects that he might go after this one. No, he doesn't. Plays it back to the bowler, into the pitch and back to the bowler. Immediately signals to the dressing room, not sure what that signal is about. And so the current run rate is just about 7.8. Thereabouts. Cry rate 5.7. As we get ready for the 4th delivery in the 10th over. Here's Tishana. Oh! He's bowled! Backing away there is Justin Greaves. Horrible, horrible shot. Leg stump rocked back. Not sure what that was about from Greaves.
Where did that came from? Tishana and Justin Greaves. Look at this, backing away, trying to create that space to hit the ball through the onside. Quicker, flatter. And jubilation for Sri Lanka, jubilation for Tishana. He strikes. And disappointment for West Indies. They lost their second. So it is now 73 for 2.
The score is 73 for 2. That's the kind of shot that back in the day playing high school cricket, if you play that shot, you're going to have to run an extra lap or two. because it was so unnecessary and so poor from Justin Greaves. Really a nothing shot, backing away and being bowled not on off stump but on leg stump.
Shows that the ball is spinning, is getting purchased out of the wicket. Well, that was just very poor from a player who is in immaculate form. And this brings the captain, Shai Hope.
The hope of the West Indies averages 50.5, best of 170, 6,113 runs after 143 innings. One might say this is the best in terms of batting that the West Indies has to offer.
Well, he has some 19 ODI centuries and joined the list of great players. He and the great Brian Charles Lara has 19 ODI centuries.
Well, he might want to separate himself from the Prince of Port of Spain by getting his 20th.
But the man from Jamaica who has 25 ODI centuries on top of the list is Christopher Henry Gale.
Yes, cramps.
And some greats are in the top 5 as well. Marlon Samuels, he's from Jamaica. Would have won 2 World Cup for West Indies.
Yes, Tishana. His 5th delivery. This is the first to Shai Hope. And again, signature shot there from Shai Hope. Just turns it off the hip and turns it to short square leg and rushes through for the single. The score now moves to 74 for 2. And Hope is off the mark. He's 1 from 1.
As easy as a like from Shai Hope, just came inside the line, took that ball to that vacant mid-wicket area, and he's off the mark first delivery.
Yeah, it's going to be doing that a lot. It's a meat and drink shot for him. Here's the Shana to Kati. Mid-wicket messes up, and they come through now for a single. Should have got that, the Sri Lankan fielder, but the West Indies, they won't mind. The score at the end of the 10th over, 75 for 2 here at Sabina Park.
And both Casey Carty and Shai Hope has similar style, similar approach to batting. At the similar stage, West Indies 75 for 2. At the similar stage, Sri Lanka with 32 for 1.
It was a slow start for Sri Lanka. First 9 overs in particular. And the only thing for the West Indies is that they've lost that extra wicket. And that might come back to haunt them. 2 wickets that they really should not have lost. John Campbell calling for the single, running to the non-striker's end and getting run out. Misjudging it a bit. And then Justin Greaves backing away and being bowled on the leg stump. Here's Milan now to bowl to Kati. Milan is in, fuller delivery to Kati, and Kati is defending that one down into the pitch. Score stays at 75 for 2.
His first over went for 12 in Milan, but a very attacking fast bowler. Tends to go for runs early up top. And a bowler who can really transform. Loves to shape back the ball into right-handers. And this will be a test for these 2 right-handers in the middle for Sri Lanka.
Indeed. So Milan had to pull out of his run there. Carthy not quite ready. Milan is bowled. As you said, the first over went for 12. First delivery now, just now. A dot delivery. First delivery in his second over, dot delivery. Comes again up to wicket now and bowls to Carthy. Again, repeat of the previous delivery. Fuller and on the line of the off stump. And Carty is just jamming that one down into the pitch.
What is good this time, Carty, he played it right under his eye. Perfect way how to play soft hand show.
He tends to do that, Carty. Ensures that the ball is right under his eyes when he plays the defensive shot. The problem is, it's on the 5th stump, and he's looking to attack. Here's Milan, rushes in now to Carthy on the 4th stump line, and he's just playing it down to the man at 3rd man, and they come through for a single. The score pushes on now to 76 for 2.
As easy as I like from Casey Carty. I played it late, right under his eyes, rode it down to that 3rd man region for an easy run.
So this is the heart of the West Indies batting. Casey Carthy averages just about 42. Shai Hope averages just about 50. And Rutherford, who is scheduled to enter the fray after these two, he averages 43. And then you move on to Roston Chase, who's 25 and Ford 19. And then from there it's the bowlers. So this is the heart of the West Indies batting. This is where it has to happen for the West Indies, as Hope is on strike. They land into him and on the pads, and he just clips this one out to square leg region, and they come through for a single. Hope wanted a second. Carty said no.
Typical Shai Hope. Just using the pace of the ball, handling into the line of the leg stump, and just tuck it out to that deep backward square leg region for
Meat and drink. Meat and drink for Captain Hope. The hope of the West Indies.
And the hope of analysts is here as well.
Yeah, Dr. Akshaiman Singh.
Wow.
So 77 for 2 as we get back up inside the commentary booth. Here it is again, Fuller delivering, pushed into the offside to the man at mid-off by Carty. And this one is well judged, and they come through for the single easily. Score moves on to 78 for 2.
Aggressive approach from the West Indies in terms of running between the wickets. That ball was pushed up to mid-off, and immediately calling through his captain Casey Carty, and an easy run in the end.
This is not something typically known of the West Indies batters. Not something typical where you see them running quick singles. So I'm wondering it's something that they have worked on. Here's Milan, and this one to Hope. It's a little bit big on him, and he has to take a hand off it. So at the end of the 11th over, the score is 78 for 2 here at Sabina Park.
And this is where I take my leave, and the duck will take over through.
So Dr. Akshaiman Singh will be the next voice you will hear on Analyst. Dr. Man Singh, West Indies 78 for 2. A pretty decent position for them.
Good afternoon to all the listeners. Good night to those in Sri Lanka. Yes, a decent position except for the 2.
For the 2,
One figured that the West Indies would have been happier 78 for no loss, especially the way the wickets fell.
Yes.
But nonetheless, 11 over 78, they can't complain about the run rate. It's just for these two to put on some runs now. Now, from the West Indies point of view, in ODI rankings, Shai Hope is 7th in the world right now, higher than anybody else on the field. And I have another fact for you right after this ball.
Here's Carthy now getting ready to face up to Sishanka, and he plays this one to the man at long off, comes off the boundary fields, and they come through for 1. Go ahead with the fact, Doc.
Well, Casey Carty, since the 2023 World Cup, Casey Carty has the second highest amount of runs in ODIs worldwide, following Kushal Mendis.
Wow.
So we have two people who have statistics behind them. Question is, will they have the runs behind them today? Sri Lanka will think not.
So it's going to be crucial, one would think, that these two bat to a majority of the innings and set the West Indies up for victory. Here's Tishana into bowl to Hope. This one is spinning back in, and he has to jam the bat down to get it out in time. Man at wideish mid-wicket comes in to pick it up, and there's no run. Score stays at 79 for 2. Mr. Shana to Hope, short delivery, and he's looking to force that one on the back foot. Man on the cover boundary comes out and picks it up. They come through for 1. It's now 80 for 2 with 11.3 overs completed.
Hope has the ability to find gaps in the field, and that's one thing that allows him to keep the scoreboard ticking. He's not afraid to go aerial if he has to, and there's of course a short cover, so I think he'll be looking to go over that if he's going aerial. But that time just steering it to the wide cover and taking a single.
Here is Casey Carthy getting ready now to face up to Tishana. This one is spinning back into him, and Carty just plays it down into the pitch, and the bowler picks up. He's not spinning it big, is Tishana, but little variations, looking to turn it either way, and that is working for him here, Tishana. Not necessarily massive spin as he comes in. This one No spin at all.
As you said, he has a variation. He brings the ball in with the arm, and that ball did not turn at all. Came flat outside the off stump, and I think Casey Carty was playing for the ball coming into him.
Yeah, was definitely playing for it to come. Held its own and by the outside edge. Carthy lucky to get away there. Here's Deshana for his final delivery of this over. Good over so far. Only 2 coming from it. And this one is turned to mid-wicket area by Carthy and is camper through for a single, third one of the over. The score at the end of the 12th over, 81 for 2 here at Sabina Park.
3 runs off of that Tishana over, which actually makes it 3 overs for 6 runs, so very economical. And just what Sri Lanka would have wanted, unlike Moti this morning, who got hit a bit. 4 runs for 40, not turning the ball at all. Tishana, I think, comes in a little bit slower, and therefore the threat of the ball turning in a bit more is always there for the batsman.
I think Moti would be very, very disappointed with his performance from this morning, and I think the performance itself may actually put his spot in trouble for the second ODI.
I think the West Indies went in 1 batsman short.
Yeah.
And the fact that they went for 300 runs in this innings means that perhaps, so as you're saying, for the next match, they may be looking to bolster the batting, especially if they don't make the total today.
Yeah. One would hope, though, that they do make the total from a West Indies perspective, as Milan is in now, and that one looks as if it got a little bit of an inside edge from Carty, saved him from a huge appeal that was brewing from the Sri Lankans.
Fuller ball coming into the batsman, just swinging in slowly, and Carty, as you said, I think got a little inside edge there, straight into the back pad. No chance of it being bowled, no chance of being caught, but a moral victory if nothing else for Milan.
Moral victory indeed. And those little moral victories can add up to a wicket. So 81 for 2 as Milan is up to the wicket now. Boaster Carty. This one again Fuller outside the off stump, and Carty deals with that one more confidently by flinging it down into the pitch.
There's a short mid-off, a short extra cover point, and a man deep at cover. They're looking for that drive in the air. That length is just short of a length, looking for an aerial drive, and I think that's what they're trying to entice Carty with.
Yes, indeed. I know he gets tempted by ball outside the off stump, and so they're looking for that as Milan sets off on his run again into Carty. This one full again, and he punches it down to the man at long on, and they come through now for a single. Score pushes on to 82 for 2.
Well played by Carty. They're just getting inside the line. There's a tendency for Milan to bring the ball into the batsman, and Carty just adjusting to the first ball, which came in at a straighter length, more middle stump. This was on the leg stump, and he's able to steer it, as you said, to long on. So good thinking here by Carty. Good footwork throughout this over by Carty. Well, it's going to be Shai Hope now who's going to face Milan.
So Milan's first 2 overs went for 15. Only conceded 1 of the first 3 deliveries here. Things quietening down a little bit for West Indies. Here's Milan into bowl to Hope. This one is again Fuller, and Hope is looking to drive that one back to the bowler.
Very drivable lengths here, just short of a good length, and therefore the batsman is tempted. I think one who would want to go aerial would go through with that shot, but I don't think Hope would do that just yet, as he's very cognizant of what the position is. 2 wickets falling relatively close to each other. It's consolidation again for the West Indies.
Yeah, they know, both of them know, that this is where it has to happen for the West Indies. These 2 have to stay up there and bat for the majority of the overs, as Milan is in now for his 5th delivery. Again, drivable length, and Hope obliges this time. Not a full-blooded drive, almost a push to the cover boundary, and they come through for 2. Again, that drivable length from Milan.
Excellent cricket, actually, because it's just a bit fuller, enough to entice him for a drive. Hope realised he wasn't getting to it, and therefore didn't go through with the shot. Otherwise, he would have played it in the air. So steering it just to the right of, to the left of extra cover and getting 2 runs, whereas had he gone with a full-blooded drive, might well have played it in the air.
Yes, excellent. That's what makes Hope so good. Here he is now, getting ready to face up to Milan. Again, That one full, but not as wide as the previous one, and so Hope has to defend that one into the pitch. And at the end of the 13th over, the West Indies, they're 84 for 2 here at Sabina Park.
Milan has bowled 3 overs for 18 runs, only 3 coming off of that last, or 4 coming off, sorry, 3 coming off that last over there. But his length is quite interesting because he is just short of a length, as you're saying. But he's getting the ball to come into the batsman with regularity, and because of that, they're having to adjust the drives on the offside. Worried that if it gets an inside edge, he might get into a bit of trouble as well. So good bowling there in terms of length and line, and a little bit of movement. He's not very fast, just about late 120s, but he uses his pace well.
And that's the kind of length and line and pace that the West Indies were using early on to restrict the Sri Lankans. And so Milan, having gone for a few in his first 2 overs, changed the length and the line a little bit, adjusted it, and it's working for him. The required rate, now 5.95, as we see Hasaranga being introduced into the attack. Here he is to Carthy. Carthy stands up to and they scamper through for a single. The score is now 99 for 2.
What was pleasing is that ball was actually flighted on the just outside leg stump, and batsman perhaps would have swept it. But Carty, cognizant that he just needs to get singles, not going for anything more than that, was happy to just steer it instead of going for a slog sweep.
Yes. So it looks as if they've settled these two into wanting to build a partnership. Again, this one is guided almost, not a drive or a push, but almost guided to the man at backward point by Casey Carthy.
But what we've seen from Shai Hope initially was hitting the ball to cover. Now he's actually hitting the ball to the backward point.
Yes.
So he's opening the face of the bat, but still not finding that gap between the two.
And it's only a matter of time, really, before he gets into his groove, Shai Hope. Here is Hasaranga to Hope. He's driving this one now to the man at long on, and they come through for the single. The score now moves to 100 for 2, and Shai Hope, he moves to 13 from 24. Again, 100 on the board for the West Indies.
17.3 overs. They wouldn't be too upset about the pace at which they've gotten it. It's always good to get to a landmark.
Here's Carthy facing up to Hasaranga, and he's driving that one past Hasaranga, and they get another single as the man comes off the long off boundary this time to pick it up. The score moves to 101 for 2.
I think the umpire is he signaling a no ball? I'm not too sure. I saw him stretch out his hand, but maybe he's just stretching.
Maybe. It's hot for the umpires as well. Here's Hasaranga. This one is hit off the toes by Hope into the mid-wicket region, and they come through for another single. It's now 102 for 2. Hope moves to 14 from 25.
So for those who like big hitting, this perhaps is a slow period, but you've actually gotten 4 runs off this over with sensible cricket, just steering the ball away from the field.
Here's Carthy. Ooh, flashes outside the off stump, and the ball flashes past the outside edge. No damage done though, and the 18th over is completed. The West Indies, they're 102 for 2 here at Sabina Park.
Going for a drive when his foot was nowhere near it, just planting the foot forward instead of towards the ball, and going for a big drive. Luckily, as you said, no damage done either by taking edge or the ball ricocheting onto his stumps. But Carty perhaps showing the first bit of indiscretion there as he went for a drive that he wasn't actually covered. He normally would go towards the ball and hit it. So you'd have to say a moral victory for Hasaranga, but apart from that, not much more, as Hasaranga giving 4 runs in that last over, carrying the score to 102 for 2 off of 18. And we're going to see Asitha.
So Fernando is going to be coming back for his second spell. Asitha Fernando, first 3 overs went for 27 runs.
Bit of a hammering, you'd say? 9 or
yeah,
a
hammering from Justin Greaves. Hit him for a massive 6, did Greaves. A little bit of different prospect here for Fernando. He's going to be bowling to Hope. First of all, he's in. Foolish delivery and driven back by Hope. Straight as an arrow, hitting the stumps there. Hope, he'll be a little bit disappointed he didn't get anything for that shot.
And I think Fernando will be a bit disappointed he didn't get his finger to it, because Casey Carty looked like he was backing up and had to scamper back. I don't know if he made it back, but there was never any danger as the ball did not hit the bowler.
Yeah, nice shot there from Hope. Everything behind it. And Carthy might have been gone had Fernando got no finger on it. That was close. Maybe no... Carthy will be telling Hope, next time you drive to the left or the right of those stumps. The man at... Here's Fernando into Hope, and he's driving into the covers. The man at short extra cover picks it up, no run. The man at mid-off is a little bit straight. It's a lot straighter, as a matter of fact.
You feel that he's gone a bit straighter after that shot?
Yeah, after that shot he's gone straighter.
Getting a bit more bounces, as Fernando, than Milan did.
Yes.
Seeing him just pitch it a bit shorter, but getting a bit more bounce.
And he's a little bit nippier as well. So again, it's a different challenge for the batsmen here. But you think there's opportunities as well, as Fernando is up to the wicket now and bowls to Hope. And Hope is driving this one. The man at short extra cover manages to get something on it. And they come through quickly for the second. Carthy was desperate there, but ball did not hit the stump, and they managed to complete the 2 runs
It would
successfully.
It would have needed a direct hit. No
Yes.
chance of direct hit. But I think 4 runs being saved there by the fielder because he got his fingers to it. So they ended up with 2 runs, but that was going to the boundary. So I think 2 runs being saved, and we haven't seen a boundary for a very long time.
As I said, it's opportunities for the batsmen. Fernando bowling a different length, different line, and so they not only have new challenges but also new opportunities. Here's Fernando in, and this is Fuller. Oh my word! Shai Hope hitting that one over the man at mid-on, who came a little bit straighter. Said if you're coming straighter, mid-off, sorry, and he said if you come a little straighter, I'm going to just hit it over your head. Still not going to stop it. 6 runs there for Shai Hope.
So the third 6 of the innings, and as we said, we hadn't seen a boundary for a very long time.
Yeah.
That ball just a bit fuller, and Shai Hope, as we said, when he goes aerial, he knows exactly where he wants to hit it.
Yeah.
The fielders are not on the boundary. Now they've dropped the long on, the mid on onto long on boundary, but mid off remains short.
Here is Fernando up to the wicket and bowls to Hope. This one is not as full, pull length a little bit back, and Hope though manages to get it to the infield, and they manage to get a single, so the score now pushes on to 111 for 2 as we watch the replay there of Hope coming onto the front foot and just hitting it over the man at mid-off, over his head, and for a 6, the third 6 of the innings.
And the interesting adjustment was that having bowled the ball full outside off stump, being hit over mid-off's head, they push the mid-on to the boundary and keep mid-off short. So don't know what the tactics there are, but there you go.
Well, the man at mid-off has gone back a little bit wider. Here is Fernando into Hope. Into Carty. Shortest delivery. Look to pull that one. Dribbles to the man and short mid-wicket. The score now, the score remains at 111 for 2 at the end of the 19th over. So again, the score 111 for 2 here at Sabina Park after 19 overs.
West Indies still ahead of the run rate that Sri Lanka was at the same time, but just about, the Worms just about intersecting now. So whereas the West Indies were well ahead of the Sri Lankans, who of course accelerated at the latter half of their innings, the West Indies are now about just above where the Sri Lankans were. West Indies needs 193 runs off 31 overs. We see, is that Shai Hope, who is down on the ground getting some stretches from the physiotherapist, perhaps a bit of cramping coming in?
Yeah, I had to put in a long shift behind wicket as well. So it's forced to do double duties, it is Hope. And West Indies...
Well, one wonders that if that's the case, whether we'll see Django coming in the next match as a batsman and wicketkeeper, just to take some pressure off of Shai Hope. But nothing I think to be concerned about. We're seeing Dr. Dennis Byam there just doing the stretches. It's a hot day, as we said, and you can deceptively get dehydrated and not realize what's going on.
It happens without you even knowing it, especially when you're locked in. So that's an interesting consideration. Amir Django coming in for the next match, as we said.
Not instead of Shai Hope, but
not instead, as an extension, especially with Kudakesh, Moti.
Not bowling as one would have expected. So and it's not just today. Moti, in fact, in ODIs, and even in the latter part of the World Cup, has slightly been flat and has slightly been expensive, and that's been a bit of a problem. Yeah. So because of that, it's a worry for the West Indies.
And then you have Roston Chase, who's doing so well with the ball.
Yes, indeed. Roston has actually improved his economy rate. If you remember the last match of the World Cup in the T20, he actually opened the innings and did very well to establish himself as an outright batsman as well, higher up. So it was interesting when I saw Greaves go out today to open that they went that route. And obviously it was because I would have thought that they wanted somebody to stay there long and deep. Well, Greaves batted very quickly but didn't stay very deep at all.
Yeah, I thought that was the role that Greaves was going to play, the sheet anchor role with Campbell being the more aggressive of the two, but it was Greaves who out it. John Campbell played some fantastic shot, did Justin Greaves.
And I tell you something, it's so hot out there that the umpires aren't even bothered about the 4-minute rule. They're quite happy to be rehydrating themselves. The Sri Lankans are all out there. And we had commented a few overs ago when the Sri Lankans were down that nobody had carried any fluids to the West Indian batsman. And I think we're seeing the effects of it now. You've got
That's
to
a good catch
constantly
there, Doc.
hydrate.
Good catch. We're saying, well, you were saying that no one from the West Indies dressing room were bringing them any water.
So Sabina Park, you'd have to say a bit disappointing with the crowd, but nonetheless, you're seeing a quarter of the northern stand occupied at the lower level. And that's because a large number of school kids have been given tickets to come. We're happy to see that. I was told it's supposed to have been in somewhere close to 1,500 school kids who are supposed to come in today. The sunny side is occupied in the shaded areas. So all put together, that would fill maybe a quarter of the north stand. Nobody in the George Headley stand, which is not officially opened, except for the boxes on top. Kingston Club has, I think, a decent crowd for a weekday match, and a weekday match that starts at 9:30. But with 2 more ODIs and 3 T20s to come, one feels that you got to say that the crowd is responding. And if the West Indies plays well today, I think you'll see a bigger crowd coming in
on Saturday. Yeah, I think so as well. Saturday the match starts at 2:30, so folks can get a little bit done in the morning, or if you're going to work, it's a weekend.
As it does on Monday. But a friend of mine messaged us today to say that his father always told him that a bad day of cricket is always better than a good day at work. So
I agree wholeheartedly.
Well, we're working, so therefore you get the best of both worlds here.
Well, I say to somebody, when you do for work what you love, you ain't never working.
And that's exactly what the people out in the middle there are doing right now. The Sri Lankans and the West Indians fighting for points here. West Indies has to win, I think, 6 of the next 8 ODIs to automatically qualify for the next World Cup. That's the 50-over World Cup. Otherwise, they go to the playoffs. Sri Lanka, of course, higher ranked than the West Indies. I believe there's 6, West Indies is 10. So it's going to take a lot of doing for the West Indies in the next few weeks to ensure that they get to the World Cup.
They have to turn things around, the West Indies. And I think it starts here. Has to start here, as a matter of fact. If they have to win 8 of the next 10, is it? Or is it 6 of the next 8?
Well, it's that sort of proportion.
Yeah.
So it's a tough task. Nonetheless, they have to win this one first. That's what's going through their head.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka, of course, would be looking to knock them over. And I don't see wickets falling, tumbling. Of course, the Sri Lankans only lost 7 in that too because they're going after it at the latter part of their innings. So maybe they're going to look at just bowling conservatively and trying to just keep that run rate lower and lower. As you said, Greaves took them off to a big start, but now they're at exactly where Sri Lanka was after 19 overs.
So 31 overs gone. The West Indies, they are 111 for 2.
31 overs to go.
31 to go.
It's going to be Aslanka now, Charitha Aslanka, who's going to come in and replace Hasaranga. Is that a good move?
Well, we'll find out shortly.
He got hit for, he got hit for what, 4 runs and over, roughly. Yes. Hasaranga was bowling fairly well, so it's interesting that they're going to bring on Aslanka right now.
Yeah, so here's Aslanka, foolish delivery, hit back over his head here by Hope into the boundary. 4 runs, the first delivery, and I guess that answers the question early up. The West Indies, they now move to 115 for 2.
Full and slow, and that required nothing more than what it got, which is a hit straight over the bowler's head. You do have a long off and a long on. Well, the long on is now coming down to mid-off. Sorry, the long off is coming on to mid-off. But that was straight over the bowler's head, no chance of being caught at all.
There's Aslanka coming in for his second delivery to Shai Hope. This one not as full, but Shai Hope still searching to come onto that front foot to get the attacking shot in. Could only play it back to Aslanka. Here is now Aslanka for his third delivery. Shai Hope back onto the back foot now, guiding this one to the man at point. And they come through for a single. Score moves on now to 116 for 2. 19.3 overs gone. Hope is now on 28 from 33 deliveries and starting to accelerate a little bit. Casey Carty is on 21 from 33 deliveries.
Field adjustments.
Yeah, they're adjusting the field, taking the man off the point boundary. Here is Aslanka. This one played down to the man at long off by Carthy, and they come through for a single. Carthy now moves to 22 from 34 deliveries. 2 more deliveries to come in this over. And my good friend Marlon Pinnock will take control at the end of that over.
So with that 4 off the first ball, it's put pressure on the Sri Lankan. 6 off the over so far.
Here's Shai Hope looking to hit this past the bowler Asalanka, but he gets down quickly, Asalanka, and manages to cut out any chance of a run. Score stays at 117 for 2. Hope stays on 28 from 34 deliveries. Hope this time back on the back foot, defending it back down to the bowler. And so at the end of the 20th over, the score is 117 for 2 here at Sabina Park. And at this point, I'll take my leave, perhaps for the rest of the day, and my good friend Marlon Pinnock will take you through the rest of play for the day.
Well, the equation is that after 20 overs, West Indies are 117 for 2. Sri Lanka were 108 for 1 at the same stage of the match. The West Indies needs 187 runs to win off the next 30 overs. And I'd have to say that at this stage, it's perhaps tilting towards the West Indies, but just a wicket or two and the Sri Lankans are right back into it, Marlon.
You're absolutely correct. Doc, good to be in the commentary box alongside you as well. It's a beautiful day here at Sabina Park for cricket.
It is, but there's some traditions of cricket that are missing. I'm seeing a Jamaican flag flying and fluttering with the breeze. Where is the West Indies flag? Where's the Sri Lankan flag? We always have these flags at cricket.
And Fernando will continue 4 overs, none for 36 so far. And he'll be bowling to Casey Carty. And here comes the bowl to Carty. This one is driven in the air and only just out of the reach. And it gets into the long off boundary for 4. It was in the air for some time, but a welcome boundary for Casey Carty.
And I think a bit misjudged there by mid-off as the ball was hit not full-blooded. I think it was miscued actually, and went in the air for a while. Mid-off thought he was under it, and then in the end just could not get up and recover it, and giving away runs that really I think should have been a wicket. So Sri Lankans perhaps guilty of just not judging that catch too well. I'm trying to see, was that Milan who was the fielder? Oh, it's Hasaranga, yes. Hasaranga guilty of not pedaling back when he should have.
So Fernando up to the wicket to bowl to Casey Carty, swashing outside the arm stump, outer portion of the bat. Goes down to that wideish third man region for yet another run.
So Shai Hope, when he hits it with the middle of the bat and determinedly. What we've seen here with Casey Carty are 2, I would say, indiscretions, because that shot that went for 4 over mid-off was not off the middle of the bat. And the next ball he literally slashes at and gets, as you said, the outer half of the bat.
Getting frustrated. Very humid condition here at Sabina Park. And
this is what Sri Lanka could be encouraged by, to see this sort of stroke play.
Just about 49 run partnership from 64 deliveries between Casey Carty and Captain Shai Hope. As it's going to be Fernando up to the wicket now to bowl to Hope. Hope is punching off the back foot, but straight to that fielder at that cover region. A very elegant player, Shai Hope.
Indeed, yes, and that's the way I've always liked him in any format, because he plays proper cricket. In fact, I remember some years ago he had literally won the CPL title for his team, the Guyana Amazon Warriors, and I went up and thanked him, and he said, for what? And I said, for playing proper cricket. Because he plays strokes as they should be played, irrespective of the game, and that's because he's got excellent technique.
You look at his ODI career as well, average over 50, in fact 50.5 with 19 ODI centuries.
Number 6 or 7 in the world right now. I think it's number 7 in the rankings of ODI.
Fernando up to wicket to bowl to Hope, who's getting this one inner portion of the bat and goes out to that mid-wicket region. A misfield. They are back for a second, a chance. Oh, a hit and Casey Carty would have been struggling. But a 50-run partnership comes up between Shai Hope and Casey Carty.
I guess that's what we have to celebrate right now. 51 runs off of 66 balls, but definitely a single in that. And I think the Sri Lankans were a little bit lethargic in going after it, and it cost them a run. But a direct hit, as you said, and Casey Carty would have been on his way back.
We look at that delivery from Fernando, shaping back into the right-handed Shai Hope. Good signs for Sri Lanka.
Well, he's getting that bounce that we said Milan wasn't getting, and that's also very encouraging for Sri Lanka.
Fernando, very smooth run up to the wicket now to bowl to Hope. Good delivery, Yorker length delivery, well guided. well in control down to that third man region for yet another run.
That was very deceptive, a real Yorker. But Shai Hope, and this is what we keep saying, not just dabbing the ball down, but opening the face and getting that single.
Right
he's
under his eye.
He's so good with his wrists and is in a position that he can play these shots. Casey Carty, on the other hand, when he wants to hit, he forgets about his footwork and just goes straight down the line and tries to hit hard. Lessons to be learned. Best place to learn it, in the middle.
You're absolutely correct. Beautiful. It is. And two talented, sparkling talents in the middle for West Indies. And still 179 to get over 29 overs. In comes Fernando to bowl to Casey Carter. Whipped, what a magnificent catch. That is absolutely spectacular. It was whipped aerial, dive into his right, one-hander. And West Indies lost another. Casey Carty has to go. Brilliantly caught for 27. And Fernando strikes, getting his final delivery of his fifth. It's 1-2-5 for 3 to West Indies.
1 for 44 off 5 overs. But having bowled the balls outside off stump, this was just a bit fuller on the leg stump. Casey Carty, as we said, not using the discipline and just hitting the ball aerial to the sole man out there, which was mid-wicket. And he took a diving catch to his right, going backwards actually. A fantastic catch there. And we see that Casey Carty, who you say had done all the hard work, is out now for 27. Caught by Kamindu, bowled by Asitha Fernando. And you'd have to say that Sri Lanka really will be buoyant after that catch.
Big catch. Big
Indeed.
occasion.
Yeah.
Success for Sri Lanka.
We've seen a 52-run partnership there, 21 by Carty, 31 by Hope in that partnership. It was just blossoming, and suddenly Carty playing aerial. Now, if you take it in the context of the over, we saw the first ball being hit in the air, barely over mid-off. We saw the second ball being hit in the air by Carty again, outside off stump, slashing for it. Then Hope came into bat, played with the middle of the bat, and then Carty again hitting the ball in the air. To me, that's a sign of loss of concentration, perhaps a bit of tiredness, but at this stage, you cannot be playing shots like that at the highest level.
Absolutely poor from Casey Carty, another player with such amount of talent as the new batter is Shireen Rutherford, man who plays his cricket for Guyana. He's from Guyana.
Of course.
Would have played his CPL cricket for Barbados.
But importantly, in the ODIs, he has an average of 43.7. He's got 1 century and 7 half centuries, and I think the West Indies would be satisfied with either one of those. Sri Lanka, of course, would want that average to go down. But what we've seen here is a bit of indiscretion, a bit of tiredness from Casey Carty, and we've seen the Sri Lankans capitalize with fantastic fielding. A very good catch there.
And this is his 23rd ODI game, as I mentioned.
Rutherford has actually come into his own in the last year and a half in the international circuit. That's the franchise circuit. Had a good World Cup in the T20 competition as well, but hasn't played ODIs with much success for a long time.
Tishana is back. 3 overs, 1 for 6. Very economical. Would have picked up the wicket of Justin Greaves. In he comes to bowl to Shai Hope. Looking to play away from his body. Very risky with the ball spinning into the right-hander.
And he's upset with himself there. You saw him just whip the bat in the air because he realized that shot was not on. It was wide outside off stump, and he went after it when he really could have just dabbed it for 1.
And that was a similar delivery. Hit the leg stump of Justin Greaves. In here comes the ball to Shana. And this one is stroked back to him in his follow through, and 2 dot delivery to start.
And good balls too. So Tishana, who before this had bowled 3 overs for 6 runs, now is 3.2 overs for 6 runs, has bowled really well in terms of his length. He's not giving it the sort of air that the others are giving it, but bringing it a bit faster in
he comes to good delivery, another good delivery, striding forward. Hit the middle of the bat out to that cover region, and another fantastic bit of fielding again, and there is no run.
The ball going straight to the fielders. Shai Hope still trying to get the length before he tries to open the face of the bat.
In comes Shoshana. This delivery quicker, flatter, but well executed from Shai Hope, and gets it down to that long on area and chatters through for another run. He's 32nd and brings Shireen Rutherford in strike to face his first delivery.
So Takshana doesn't spin the ball a lot. I think it's more variations in the air. He comes with a very side-on action. So you don't expect him to rip that ball, especially on a pitch which has nothing for the spinners here. But it's a variation in the air that he's using. Bowling to the left-hander for the first time, Sherfane Rutherford. So it's going to be interesting because he's been bringing the ball into the batsman slowly, subtle spin. Now he's going to be taking it away, and for that he has a slip. And you'd have to say a backward point, along with the man at the boundary.
I think this would be a good matchup. Here comes the ball to Rutherford. Punch off the back foot. Brilliant bit of commitment. Seemed to be the big fast bowler. Chameera on this occasion limits the batters to a run.
Diving to his left from that backward point position. Always good to get off no matter what level of cricket you're playing. So I think Rutherford would be happy with that. But once again, just rotating the strike is what West Indies is going to have to go back to now as they try and consolidate.
Always good to see a big fast bowlers diving around on the pitch, and that was a prime example. Excellent commitment. And Shana getting ready to bowl to Hope. This delivery steer down to that short third man region, so a dot to close out the 22nd. It's 1-2-7 for 3, the latest score here at Sabina Park.
That was the same ball he'd bowled at the first ball of the over, which is wide outside off stump, and this time you saw Shai Hope just guide the ball, which is what he should have perhaps done the first time around. And you'd seen him sort of remonstrate. You saw him very upset with himself the first time, making amends this time. Well, the difference is that neither of them yielded a run, but nonetheless you could see the adjustment by Hope, who, and this is what young cricketers have got to watch. Hope adjusts himself. He's thinking for every ball. He will learn from his mistakes on the field, something which I think Carty perhaps was guilty of not doing in the last oval, and that cost him his wicket.
Another 177 runs required for victory for the West Indies. A long way away from here as Fernando getting ready to bowl his 6th. Picked up a wicket in his last delivery, have his 5th. And you look at the field, there's a wideish third, there's backward point, there's cover, mid-on, mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary as in comes Fernando to bowl to Rutherford. Short delivery, not much space, pulled down to that fine leg region, and he gets his 2nd run, and the total goes up to 128 now for 3.
That ball just a bit short. We've seen the lengths being quite full up to now. Asitha bowling that short ball to the left-handed for Rutherford. Perhaps just trying to adjust his line because he's a left-hander. Rutherford now 2 off of 2, comfortably getting that run. And Hope, who looks like he's middling the ball even better now. I figure that if you're that full to him, he's going to take you on.
With mid-off inside the circle, with long on his back. A deep backward square is on the boundary, so too the sweeper on the cover boundary as in comes Fernando to bowl to Hope. Another good delivery, driven handsomely out to long on, and yet another run to Hope.
That ball darting into him, right-handed Hope, and just guiding it really. Just a lovely shot along the ground. Never going to get a boundary, gets a simple single, but the point is he's rotating the strike. Hope is doing very well.
Such a pleasant player to watch, Shai Hope, when he's in any form. He's always find himself in some immaculate form.
2 balls, 2 runs, and of course the West Indies, we saw a few boundaries when we said we hadn't seen one for a long time, and that helped elevate the run rate, and therefore the pressure not on them from that front. It's just a matter of sensible cricket through the end.
So it's Fernando to Rutherford. In he comes up to the wicket now to bowl to Rutherford. Short delivery, handling down the leg side, and umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. signaling 1 for the over.
I tell you, if this is T20, that would have been a wide.
It is.
Just down the leg side there, over his shoulder. Anyhow, good thinking here from Asitha Fernando, because he's bowled short balls to Sherfane Rutherford. Obviously, this is a plan. This is the 2nd ball he's bowled to, and the 2nd one there. You've got a deep backward square on the boundary. You've got a long leg at the boundary as well. So those balls on the leg side, I think they're setting up a leg trap for him.
And what we know about Sherfane Rutherford, not afraid of playing his stroke. Such a powerful player on the onside and on the offside. In comes Fernando to bowl to Rutherford, who's getting a delivery back of a length on the off stump, and then stroke it out to that cover region. But good aggressive feeling from Sri Lanka.
Well, I tell you, when they're on form, the idea is not whether it's a deep backward square leg or deep mid wickets, whether it's going to be Alpha School or St. George's College, which are the 2 schools at either side of the ground square of the wicket. But right now, that's not what the West Indies needs. That's what Sri Lanka would want to see, them playing shots like that. But right now, what West Indies needs is just a little consolidation again. It's a new partnership. 175 runs required from 27.2 overs is not a big ask on this pitch. It requires sensible cricket.
Decent second spell from Fernando so far. Wicket and only a run into his second over in his second spell. Fantastic.
Being hit for 9 runs in over off his first 3 overs.
As in comes Fernando up to the wicket to bowl to Rutherford, getting a full delivery, excellent delivery, perfect Yorker length delivery, well dug out from Rutherford.
Sometimes when he bowls those Yorkers, he just gives a little glimpse of Chameera Vas, who used to bowl those deadly deliveries, deadly Yorkers, especially to Chris Gale. But certainly not the pace and not the frame of a Vas, but the ball looking very, very similar. The Sri Lankans have these surprise balls. If you remember Malinga, of course, Lasith Malinga, who would come down and York people before they'd even see the ball delivered.
He was special. He was really special. Lasith Malinga and Chameera Vas, two outstanding Sri Lankan fast bowlers of all time. And Fernando, very short in stature, a very smooth run up. In he comes up to the wicket now to bowl to Rutherford, who's getting a good delivery, driven out to mid-off, quick single, and good aggressive, good communication between both batters, and a run in the end. The end of 23, it's 130 for 3, the latest score here at Sabina Park.
So as you said, 3 runs coming off that over. Fernando has come back very, very well. Has bowled economically in the last 3 overs. 9 runs in over in the first 3, and now he's bowled 6 overs for 47 with 1 wicket. But the worms that we're speaking about had elevated a bit for the West Indies. Well, guess what? They're dead on now after 27 overs. Both teams had scored 130 runs. Sri Lanka, I believe, were 130 for 1. West Indies 130 for 3. But after 23 overs, we're exactly where the 2 teams were at that time.
Even steals at the moment here at Sabina Park.
We keep reminding that Sri Lanka had accelerated at the latter half of their innings.
Tishana to continue to Rutherford, a good delivery. Maybe turn him around on this occasion. Looking to work the ball on the onside, the leading edge, and goes out to that cover region and fielded by Hasaranga. A very experienced campaigner, but as we speak now, and it's an outstanding game of cricket being played here at Sabina Park. As in comes Shoshana to bowl to Rutherford, who's getting a good delivery and looking to force the ball through that backward point region, and not been able to do so. This has been a quality bit of bowling from the spinner. Into his 5th, only conceded 8 runs so far, and a very important wicket of Justin Greaves. In he comes Tishana to bowl to Rutherford, and another delivery on the line of Midland leg stump, and this time around Rutherford presents the full face of the bat. He goes up to the wicket and fielded in his follow through by Tishana, and it's another dot delivery, 3 dot deliveries to start his 5th and the 24th of the innings. And you look at the field, there's a backward point, there's cover, there's sweeper on the cover boundary, there's long on, there's long off, and there's also deep mid wicket. Not giving Rutherford the freedom to play his stroke, and he's quite sedate in his approach so far. Rutherford, in comes Tishana to bowl to Rutherford. This delivery driven sweetly out to the sweeper on that cover boundary, and he gets another run. He goes up to 4 and brings his captain Shai Hope back in strike, who's on 33 from 44 deliveries. A pleasant approach from Shai Hope thus far.
It is, and also from Sherfane Rutherford. He's scored 4 runs off of 10 balls, but not putting pressure on Shai Hope, trying to rotate the strike as much as he can as he gets set.
Tishana to bowl to Hope. This delivery is easy as a like, using the depth of the crease and work the ball easily into that mid-wicket region, and yet another run.
So we've seen a lot of flight being used by the other spinners, but Tishana, as we said, comes in a bit flatter. And on this wicket, unless you do something like Justin Greaves and back away when the ball is on your stumps, you don't see him being much of a menace to the batsman so far.
1 delivery left in his 5th, only conceded 10 runs. In here comes Tishana to bowl to Rutherford, punches one out to cover, looking at quick single, good aggressive feeling, and then overthrows, and could be a single to close out the 24th 3 came from it. Is 1-3-3 for 3. The latest score here at Sabina Park.
And I wouldn't say that was very smart cricket by Sri Lanka, because the single was never on. They did Rutherford did push off for the single and realised it was not on. Came back, and of course the ball going for all throws. Well, what we're going to see now is Hasaranga being brought back from the northern Courtney Walsh end. He was bowling from the other end when he started, so coming back from the northern end, and I think what they're going to try and do is to flight that ball and see if they get Rutherford tempted. We saw Fernando bowl the ball short, trying to force Rutherford to go for his impulsive hooks. And Hasaranga coming on now makes me feel that there's a plan for Rutherford, trying to get him to hit the ball over the top.
Hasaranga, his 70th ODI game, has 112 ODI wickets, an average 24.7 with an economy of 5.11.
And bowling his third over now, 8 runs off the 3 overs, well below that economy rate.
And he comes to Rutherford, a poor delivery and wide spotted by Leslie Reefer Jr., but that was poor.
Yes, it was. In fact, once again, I think he hasn't adjusted to the left-hander bowling on a line.
Well, they are looking to go for the review as well.